Welcome. Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Citrus Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious. Still, please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing course, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream up anything you dare to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. Truly, you are an electromagnetic being. You have the ability to push away or attract to you anything you desire. Quite often doesn't look like most people paint it out to be. Usually we gotta put some bait, or we gotta put some something alluring. I like to think of flowers. Flowers, they just exist. The bees want their pollen, that beautiful pollen, they turned it into honey. All I gotta do is be me, and the correct things are gonna come to me. Everything else is gonna leave me alone. But that's not something just to expect, it's something to work towards. It's a journey. I think about the sacredness of life. And this is one way that I actually employ it. Alright? You may think, oh, it's just a doll. It's just a toy. It's just a kid's toy, right? It's just a kid's toy. But one thing I've learned, even about little stuffies, like this nice little unicorn here, and when I start seeing things and I attach emotions and feelings and consciousness, then that other person, I know what I do affects them. I imagine things in my own right, in my own place. I have connections to my daughters, I have connections to all sorts of things, and there's a way I keep energies alive healthfully for myself. This is Banger, by the way, if you didn't catch his name. His Banger, because he likes to headbang when he jams out some music. But there's a big reality that kids have towards things, that they put life into it. And that's how they treat their things, and how one treats their things. How I treat my things is how I'm going to treat somebody in the world. Not that it's intentional, but for me, it's an observation of a reality. So that curbs my path of thinking. I've considered college professors, university professors, doctors. I've been around surgeons, brain surgeons, one in particular, and we were doing a roof. We was working with a roofing and restoration company, and I would hear quite often how hard it was for the owner of the company to be able to catch this individual, and how he would relate their conversations quite often. They seemed to have something to learn from it. Yeah, there were updates of what was going on with the job and whatnot. So it was pertinent, though. For somebody to continue in a profession, in a direction, in a goal, they can't afford to take time for this, or that they have to choose what they're going to give their time to. And what they're going to give their time to is a whole lot of mental work. They know how to study, they know how to look at things, they know how to do things. And they may keep that idea in only one place, but it does extend to how they treat life around them in one mannerism or another. They know that they have something else more important to do, so they can't dilly dally on those little subjects. They need to move past that. They're looking for something to learn, the new thing, why somebody can't fix this problem with people or surgeries. They're trying to think of solutions, whatever the case may be. And so it takes me all the way back, even to my own little stuff, it's my own things, my own items that I have in the life that I put into them. When I see them, the emotions that I feel, the energy that I feel, that literally turns them into a talisman. Everything in this world is a talisman. Think of we think of stones as talismans. Gosh, got all these stones around me right here. We can think of stones as talismans, transferring energy into them. But water is a talisman. Food is a talisman. The way a mother cooks the food, the love that she puts into that changes everything. We're going to go over our blessings here shortly. Go over those a bit. There's another portion I've been wanting to read, and it takes me at least a couple hours, I believe, if not longer. I might have got a little quicker over the years. I've read over this one. It's called the Shari Varahi Sahasranamam, and it's a decent read through, but it's very powerful. It's very powerful reading. It's very powerful blessing, and I've been inclined to read that for the past few days. But as I do like to share and whatnot, I've kind of put that on the backside, so we may get to that today. But you can truly be anything you want to be. Let's see here. I'm curious. It's got my mind. I saw the book, thought about the book, thought about the cards. Let's pull a few cards here. You want to do this really quick? That's interesting. So the three cards brought out. The first one was all set and offside upside down, and it is Egyptian based, but it is using the Rider-Waite formula. And that one's bringing out disharmony, disunion, imbalance, conflict, detachment. Then we come over here to give, and we have completion, harmony, fulfillment, integration, travel, accomplishment, fertility, bounty, plenty, and then that moves on to success, public recognition, victory, triumph, the Six of Scepters, achievement, strength, purity, power, fertility, public persona. Where there is conflict, growth can occur. My mom, she was one, she told me about when they grew up. And I personally lived in the house for a few years. My grandfather built it with his own hands. And it wasn't the best, but hey, it was a good place. And my mom had lived in pretty rough places in life. Family was always trying to do better, get better, do better, whatever the case. You know how that goes. We all are doing that. Sometimes some people just accepting what they got. My family never seemed to be this type that was satisfied with what they got. I'm going to work for something more. I'm going to work my ass off until I build what I want. And once I built what I want, all right, I can sit down and chill out. I can relax. I can support. I can help. I can do whatever I need to. My mom was the same way. My mom, she worked her tush off. She worked, and she changed. She changed her fate. She changed her fortune, her destiny, quite literally. And everybody got all the physical stuff of who my mother was, but they lost her heart. That much I could see, because her heart would never leave family out in the cold. So, boom, went on my own path. So we're about to get over and start on these mantras, on these blessings, and there is an option that you can hit on your screen, and you can make the chat go away. You ever heard of a mosh pit? If you haven't, most I would think have, but if you haven't, there's the concert going on, and there's this section, this area, and people are just swinging off on each other, all sorts of mayhem going on, and they just let it happen. People need to get it out of their systems. And at least they got somewhere safe, and they're not going home like, I hate you, motherfucker. I don't know. At least they got something out of their systems, did what they need to. So, this is entitled The Invisible College. And to really connect, it's by heart and mind. Telepathic connection is very real. Quantum connection is instant. And that's really where we're going, is onto the inside to connect to all that truly is. Okay. circle now we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth, sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of Gwen Bael. Fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampazi, Anakampazi, Tingatia Kampazi, Ningadanakampah. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi sekeowe wasam futura de hirusha and to Sirukai God Kutijeni was more Horatsu the set of doors I gave to Deep Jackins and Asaramen. On Bashramatayas Wakum Bashamanatayas Var Nunani and Nu Nuratani and no Doom Bamong Shanshin Shoroni Shanayan Terias Wakoni Shanaya Trayas Vaha Ewo away on Grammy Brom on G Trashi Patanon Suwagom Jatrashi Atraji Vararas Vaha Rudadi King on the Nitron Chong Kranging Rong Hong Shanshin Shong on Hayabashamatayas Wakum Hayabashamatayas Vaha Rimong on Akusanoma and Kanom Namahas Matavashanam Hama, who I hear on Lula Ring on Cranking Kong on Anai, my Yasuako, my Naya, my Yasva, we shring on going on Hino Kisha Batai, so Wagom Jorti, Hitch and Dogi Jipatis, Nunanina, no, King on Pumping Plong, on Jurchi Patrias, Wagom, Shishari Paratayas, Vaha, Hung Granking Grung, Nada Pashano, Suwakoma, and Cardi, Bobo, Report, Biarbor, Ubu, Bear, on Gamin. Reno, Siseke, was on board at a head Hirusha, and Zuserukai, Goriko, Jenny was Ma, Hakura to give us at the tolls, I beat the two who deep shakins and a sanaman. Parashakushu Baru, Gilmarka Mamu, Alabo, Poku Gena, Robo, Lugalana, Bariko, Sharu, but Stanabala Saru, Break when Belulu, Motion Nebu, Poluni, you getting Kampa, and Belulu Gugolo, Harahek, Orbity, Jukila, Kabolo, Gilmama, Shukuru, Suluma, Babo, Maruka, Ragazigu, Gimakam, Ranamdu, Pakalamu, Kini, Bilanu, Shaju, Mashanana, Soronim, Paramaratu, Sisi, Mashinana, Aruna, Ramangi, Mutuku, Rataki, Lugu, Sidor. In Manikai College, Corneni, Corne Peru, that Karinam Talaku, Paro, Tuku, Kakumas, Corsana, Sagari, Mashti Salu, Malapa, Kakadagu, Marata, Corbol, Maru, Tuku, Curious, Sorulu, Panmaskim, Tutu, Dediku, Luka, and Maki, Pano, Tuku, Nataluka, and Maki, Panopishu, Sorolu, Mona, Bana, Tatu, Zare, Mashakarano, Zuluman, and Tarabo, Bir Palina, Taramadu, Tagatuku, Mashmasti, Sore, Mashano, Gorsu, Gori, Mashato, Sisera, Perico, Parasukan, Palu, Palap, Bora, we are also Ronofras whom is found perfect before the Nathanomid of Camille Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also to triumph, and even also to know for us the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanomid of Kamiel Shidden. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Natanum Depkami Shiryu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hudi, making victorious Hosor over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jar and Jajar to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hudi. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avarani too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinemet Donket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Donofris will confirm. Lady Alset and Nebi Sod be shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikin Linush Kiri Staxore, Patu Marti Kuli Turni, Shidi, Lu, Armeshir, Meshalu, Sayanti, Emiela, Ruata, Rutu, Mujirsha, Isaya, Riega, Biesha, Jilika, Tupira, Raka, Isaya, Riega, Limutukuna, Klima Kutri, Litili Shami, Zumria, Isaya, Zumria, Riega, Zumria, Biesha, Zumria, Zilika, Zumria, Tupira, Zumria, Kaina Zumriata, Taraina Zumriata, Texiina Zumriata, Karuba, Ina Zumriata, Sarneka Nish, Mashkatulu, Tamatunu Nish, and Keeper Kimrilu Tamatunu Nish, Mashluk, Mashmash, Lani Lu Tamatunu Nish, Ishbar Kamikunu Tamatunu, Ina Zumria, Utabrasama. Ya, tu neni, bar neni, ba perik, ba akabaez, akarbor, ba akabaez, Bagabaez, Perik, Beneni, Badonani, Ya, Corbori, Yadin, Baegore, Yadim, Baegore, Eki, Yaksakaki, Asanturi, Eki, Asoru, Eki, Katulu, Ya, Om Shrim, Vajra, Berukani, Hrim, Patwa, Om Shrim, Vajra, Berukani, Hrim, Patwa, Om Shrim Vashva Varkani Hrim Paswaha 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 Anushubam Gigapsuki Shergir Kota Shesara Mara Yering Guru Kalamas Nikudingar Ninab Guru Nakrin Kukayash Shubur Kutu Ziana Kampazi Kia Kampagalu Parana Tapara La Shakbara Kimbara Lord Bara Maskimbara Lutu Barari Papara Latu Para La Subara Rukubara, Kegolorbara, Lelitubara, Lotu Saladina Zul, Lala, Zoladina Zul, Gigim, Zoladina Zul, Mula, Saladina Zul, Dingir, Zoladina Zul, Maskim, Zoladina Zul, Badadina Zu, Siana Campasi, Kia Campa, Una Sixiga, Badaini, Nagisa, Shorki, Shnu, or Masha, Sigar, Barigezi, Garchu, Barna, Si, Sharma, Zigar, Namzai, Yura, Sharki, or Guar, Barn, Boom. Dianum dia Sarasavitor Mandaya Mandaya Party Nariana Saji Siri Sana Sani Visa Kiro Panama Kuru Pan Kereti Hari Yaran Maya Papu Tersan Kakara Namaskaran Mantra from Metra Yartama home from Ravari Anama home Suya Yartama home from Berneta Namaha from Kakarika Nama from Pusnet Nama home from Yarangabar Harikanam home from Mari Karigadam home from Marita Yartama home from Savita Nam home from Karianamaha from Paskara Namaha from from Prasri for Sovagana Yanamaha Parasik Ayas Namaskanya Nekorvante Dine oppression Balam Viram Teshas Tesam Kaja Yarte on Kring Monkerus or on Kring Bong Shamashaka Shapia Kashapia Episha Mush Epishtia Kimati Norkuto Shuru Limli Shuru Surbu Ilata Duku ta shunu kima mena artuina tikili tu shunuli mutuma nakulu blui shunuli ni shuma nakulu urtini shunuli ti shurma nakulu tari tenama shaluti shakashati sharushi arpushu shurpi arti shurpuyush silinger korkoshepa kampabang imbigere gibil kashu mana yandudu tushte shilalani oliar marki kishpari yazi ringer gere kampaim ki monu korsemi toki shabolo banana shar toina kishbar bagi bil bagi razi yaga kaba kama nur nu shariyo kunushi shariyuli la kunushi shariyuli lini Yix kunushi shariyuli si kunushi shariyuli ter kunushi shariyuli ni kunushi shariyuli nir kunushi shariyuli katin kunushi shariyuli and like kutina zumri alu taprasama aga masaratu is masarati sharmushili shuru shishali nuti zalmani alani rabuti shimaya rabati tina alati limba also kunushi alani mushiti yamasarati is masarati by it's masaratu aga masaratu ya masaratu yaravuni shmashkoria masaratu ya masaratu zikia kampabagalo monefki yashatabara masaratu bara Vishnu Krim Snar Namaha Om Sam Kumberari Yat Namaha Dumutev Kubera Dever Korota Prompri Vidatu Bumindevi Meton Dumutev Nuksek Heru Maria Kina Netev Sadam Tari Nekev Tasu Korea Kerte Sepsan Marsiri Utukso Torhatata Isaron Hami Sanari Yat Namaha Om Yamindra Yat Namaha Kobisram Pindra Om Teja Sakto Agnaya Meton Kobisram Nuksek Saltuna Om Saksenta Kesuek Sakaka Tekaranan Gabek Tarnan Kisor Set Tefseruna Pek Merkola Kutulu Tatalata Agni Om Namagnari Yat Namaha Om Mamya Bari Yat Namaha Happy Yat Moma Saratu Taraya Martin Happy no Kapi Sekisaruna and Sex Tesek Tepek Hui Neker E Kortana Nek Deerta Mormatu Yanu Yan Yangi Nariti Raksa Samaraksa Sari Yat Namaha Om Pamparuna Yat Namaha Imset Varuna Om Varatu Silamalar Yametan Imset Nukim set Sekis Sarhunan Saruna Pikemen Sepsenutuni Uptera Mautun Rotas of Zittingarana Capacitingar Kia Campasan Peo Biomiam Bayor Namaha Morsiri Morkala Morlu Mormarchu Ziringanana Capacitingar Kia Campa Utusu Tata Kulu Tualakra Azatuti Takala Yanu Yanu Zabeo Frame from Harne Namaha Pramodam Bumanamahat Saratu Volo Tesaraya Metan Cabrano Pacabram Capru Nevim Cabra Shakabram Pembraha Morula Zaguti Takala Nesrat Nebu Maha Jajata Sarmas Fati Omukete Depsakis Turtenu Neban Root Mesu with Pernetor Om Hrim Hom Surya Yarnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yarnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangali Yarnamaha Om Shrim Bamburi Yarnamaha Om Hrim Brahmaspati Yarnamaha Om Hrim Shankara Yarnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Samchanari Yarnamaha Om Hrim Robert Namaha Om Hrim Ketu Yarnamaha Javakusumu Samkar Samkashya Yamaha Dayartim Tamurim Sarva Papak Nam Prana Tosmin Divakaram Darik Shanka Kishor Barn Kishor Ranada Pasam Papam Namami Shisharnam Somam Chamburmu Korta Busharnam Darani Karbasam Butam Vedu Karti Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamam Yam Priyangu Haikashar Mamlo Perla Pratimam Burham Somyam Guru Pertham Tamburham Pranamami Ham Devanam Chari Shirnam Chakurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Tulip Kesham Tam Namami Priaspatim Himakuntam Reina Labam Deyar Namparamam Gurum Sarva Sasra Pravataram Pargavam Pranamamiam Neanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagurajam Chachariam Matanda Samputam Tam Namami Shaniswaram Karyam Mahavyam Chandra Dija Vimardaram Samika Garva Samputam Tam Rahum Pranamami Ham Pala Shapushpasam Karsham Taraka Graha Masakam Rorom Romakam Gurum Tam Ketum Pranamami Ham Ambra Morari Triparan Kari Parusha Shiburmi Sutar Burasha Gurasha Shukra Shari Ruki Sarva Graha Mama Super Tam Kurume Shanti Board Spor on Tata Bitor Bariam Barko Vaskari Mahidi Orion no Diet on Tata Swaha Hariam Tata Swaha Nanasini Yanamra City Asini Yanana Basaman Kanasaya Yakampa Magavati Anana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampagia Magia Gamagia Sagastana Kiash Tekois Neboguru Curios Morcurios Yas Torturian Carcurias in Bonomososi Furnias Campas, the Hakashar Talas Campa, Nebo Satanatos Kanpaya Gashia Sashia Kukolomani Gashia Makalari Ishtari Bari Yagusheria Yarnana Yarnarnia Ashtapa Marcha Karani Yaramilo Yashari Kanpa Inanas Yarma Kampapi Sarma Kampaya Yapeji Sorelurki Shmashuru Yadur Yabsorlu Shis Katamani Yatariet Yubartala Katamani Kanpai Siringaru Yakampa Siringaru Shu Yakampasi Shkazera Rakuzi Perotu Kanpa Yashta Kanpa Yana Gormasabaru Narkomasabaru Narkomasabaru Yana Gorya Yaziarnika Kampa Yanga Yari Yanding Zigirni Yakanpa Yakatalamakya Tarakampa Marugumo Marugumo Sgali Yagari Yakmak Bor Nesia Marutuku Yeltuku Sorim Sukorim Zarim Zagorim Zana Gana Belu Kurku Nib Kamano Yaradu Yandara Yazi Partu Balku Berleriku Baga Kampa Delzia Zag Batazag Baron Loisaliga Nujub Gangi Apsuki Sergiku Kodash Ramada Dingo Yaringo Kalamas and Ninku Dinkarni Naburu Ninku Kariash Mur Putu Ujuvajani precious also Mamshasha Karnataka Gori Parani Devi Upati Parandi Aranu Pratam Charasi Pishpahar Day Devikati Yanyai Namaha Kati Yarni Mahamarye Mayogin Yate Shwari Namkop Surtam Devi Parti Mekuker Namaha Isero Sora Sarte Yara Hekarte Demerta Kariarnana Chimarni Tora Tono Bor Vaswa Hasaviter Variambor Vasia Dermehidionen Operachudaet Ipsos Ipsos Kornashant Toro Rataro Tor Hora Tor Brahata Ungong Gang Ging Gong Krong Ring Kong Gubang Gong Hung Shring Kutong Gong Tong Bang Malapaka Kitagluga Marata Karbal Adu Kakudamo Zari Mashikaranu where King Badadimo Zari Mashikaranu Wadu Kakudamo Lugar Marata Garbo Malapaka Gadu Kakudamo Zari Mashikaranu where King Badadimo Wadu Kakudamo Lugar Marata Garbo Malapaka Trampakame Jama Hesum Dimpustivar Harmor Varu Kamiva Banat Yurmuk Sheri Arter Namaha Rim Hum Chom Mahuku Chirike Shom Krum Shrim Hum Shrim Chom Krum Kuchierka Chom Hum Amarea Viporana no Kurwazi Kume Shukurai Yartnamaha Shum Shrim Him Medehi Shukurai Svaha Kring Kali Hum Svaha Sarva Bista Medehi Me Mahali Yarnamaha San King Zhu Lang Tian Jun San King Zhu Wu Lang Tian Jun Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Ram Merte Ram Mano Ramme Sasturdam Taturianam Ram Varanarne Umpenea Karya Namahoma Kanandari Vedadamari Bakratundari Adir Maita no Dandi Pasudaya Bakratunda Mahakarya Soria Kori Sama Pravan Yorkoinam Kurume Devasat Korea Shur Sorvara Shri Guru Shnesh Mane Mukure Surhor Varnura Guvor Vimosa Sujurda Guvor Chor Purhi Hin Tarun Jani Kisumiro Pohan Kumor Borburhi Vieda Hu Mohe Hara Hu Poles of Vigorje Hariman Gangun Sigorje Karbis to whom Loki Jarkaram to Datalir Parama Jani Putu Bapansur Namaha Mahavi Karamba Shurangi Kumartini Horse America Sarangika John Baron Forest Subesikaran Kudo Kuti Kesa Hot Was Row or Do Wall Shere Raje Kanhe Borshone Husorche Sankor Suvan Kishrin and Dantish Pratap Mahajag Vardan Vijaban Kunia teacher Turan Koshkari Beku Altor Prabhu Charit Sulbekora Sharam Kansita Manbasya Sri Guru Soran Surus Rajnish Mane Mukure Surhop of Muragu Vorti Masha Sujur Aku Forchor Burhi Tardu Jati Kesumiro Poman Kumor Borburhi Vidia Humoe Rahu Koleso Vigorje, Haniman Gangun George Sakar, Jer Kapis, Tiun Loku Jarika Ram Tutarli Barama Jani Putra Povan Sut Namaha, Mahavevi Kuramba Shangi Kumartini Vors America Sanki Kashantara Vore Subesakaran Kundo Kuchi Keso, Vosro, Vodu, Voshe, Roje Korte, Borne Jare, who sort of Jason Corsu, Venkus Rain and Dantish Prata, Mahajak Pantan, Vigibanikunia teacher Toran Koshkari Vikua, Tor Prabhu, Ritter Sunavicorasia, Ramla Kansita Manbasia Sukshma Rubdari, Siarhi Karva Vikar Rubdari, Rankajora, Vapima. Biar Mauru dari Asurang Sarhar de Ramachandra Keka Sanvare Hoya Sarji Valkanji Arye Sri Raguve Arishio Arye Ragu Parikini Babu Baratum Mampriye Barati Sambai Sahas Parantum Haro Yashkar Veus Karhi Sri Parikanto Agarve Sankari Mari Mules Rat Sarara Sarhi Hesa Yoram to Kupor Par Jahan Keta Viko Ford Karhi Sake Kahante Tumu Kosugrave Hinkerna Rammelhar Yerash Partina Tum Horo Mantra Vivarshin Manwankas Water Paries Job Shag Jarna Yug Shastra Jojan Parbar Buller Yutari Marwur for Jarnu Prabhu Mutrika Mirli Mukmahia Jarla de Lanki Gabe Ashrashna Hedor Kam Kish Jagar Kikijerte Sugard Manukrahet Brete Ram Dware Tum Ragvar de Huana Gabi no pasar de subsocla hetum Haria Salant Nuruk Dakshar Kahu Kortarna Arpante Sabharu Paten Hun Lokarte Karmpai Burbesashni Karnahina Vema Verjabna Aran Surnave Nasaro Hare Sapera Japat Nerantar Harumon Beras and Katse Harnuman Jorduve Mankaram Vachan Jan Dan Julve Suparam tapis vera jartin ke karsen kotum sarja or manura jort koelove sorhi armi jarvan faraj prove jaram yu partatu hara her persier je gardu ji or rasa kusan sker tu mrakware asurni kantan ram tu harde ashar sirhi navni ri kerda taus var der janki Marta Ram Rasa Yan Tumhara Pasasara Rahora Gupati Kerasa Tumhara Barjan Ram Kup Vejanam Janam Keb Tur Pasrit Ant Kaura Guber Pojari Jahanjanam Harip Kar Hari Hor Devtachina Dairi Hanuma Serhi Sorbesur Karehi Sankar Katernite Sapira Jus Mira Hanuma Bober JJ Hanuman Kosin Kripkar Guru Devtiar Dahin Juzarba Potkore Korhi Jurter Hibarti Mahasorki Horhi Joyar Parte Hanuman Sharis Horias Hisarki Koris to Sira Sara Hori Chara Koje Das Horar Yer Men Dera Vorne Sankat Haran Mangol Morti Rup Ram Kansita Sahit Hardar Yabasa Husor Buk Maharaja Bajrosi Savara Sarpaja Humpam Ho Ganesh Ram Charindi Varin Yam Hong Namahafu Om Mem Hrim Shrim Mem Gum Mem Namo Bhagavati Patari Varhi Varumuki and Antini Nama Runkini Nama Jambini Nama Rumu Hemutini Nama Stambini Nama Sarvadusta Pradusanam Sarves Sam Savar Barak Sita Saktor Mukati Jua Sampanam Kurukurus Kurampasam Emplum Taha Umasraya Pahat Swaha Ani mani mane mamane shara shari te shame shabi tasara mukuda mukuda bishabi shabi sobi shabi shaya shaya genisin ti shabi tarani oro kabar shani nebi te batara nebi tata randra shudai kure mukure yarade yarade shugya sham sami body baker richi tata rumaru shit so gena kushara pasha pasha shudai mantara matara shana uru kushara shara shatai yara para manane ataya saro lema kara ore ki moki are rate neta hade chi nadi chi ari nata tonadi anandami Kunabia can I curry can that is and Adamatovi to courage your body shani achi Debbie Nin Debbie Roke Taka to go to get and right Tana Kushare Shure Hachi Borasene Surubari Batani Suruba Shabatani Shobatani Sugi Shani Sugini Karani Sogi Hagira Sugar Rate Sarubasu Mishkara Surba Saruma for safety Surbisaru Q Sharaya to your Shanabiki Anya mane mamane sere karite sama samita vesanta mukta tama sama ave sama jaya saya sire santa samita darani aloye bisa berarti sani ni video amita tadini visti abitani parisuri kule mkule yarare parade sungangsi sama bullet rukide dama parixide samgane gorisan koni pai visudani mantro mantro sarata ruto rukesalari aksai vartaya vakula balramani nantais vaha shvala maha shvala ukitu higamuki yara roverta nota veti tini vitini sitini nutjani notivatis vaha atate natate parate nari kunadis vaha kani kori kedari kedali matagi bukasi sagulu frusari sisi swaha iteme meru swaha adanda pate danda patade dada kusai dada serada pare pura pasiani sarvadane aparthani sampatani sama parixite samgane kadani dama parixite sarva kuslo karte seme vikriti tono varti vartane patali swaha Sasik sahu, ong hong xiong, ong tong, go sho, ong gong, sor hung, ong kring, ong hong ching, haring, heru, sor hara, ong bam dum, ong grang ring, ong plong, ong grang ring, ong krong ring, ong dong ring, ong plong, ong chong shing, ong krong ring, ong chong shing, Hung kring shing hang king ham dum shong shing shong gong sor hung shing gong kring gong ong chring gong kring gong kra ong heru sor wang king so ong ong vong hu Dani chinora un vajolati pamok shu na ora um ksuki hum shu na ora mam na sambava tramira na ora tateja harum voku shu na ora voku na ora homogis serayo kushi na ora homogis Zirki huru kendali matahis pahabu chiram busno namo barbartne usni sai umrogus volus valatis selu karat so vartas rani swaha chorkanchi sai boso mlolik swaha desishi boso samchantasas swaha terobosu sunama samata boro haram kuruna urbave tadeni swaha sanju kaji sai boso unvara jarshma hi barto kaji sai boso mantru baba humpat swaha chorchimen kaji sai boso maha kurun kaji swaha jortai kaji sai boso kala kundi swaha norin kanji se bosu parme sermali swalo kongol sato pajre satwa anya bosu so di chiri shuta bi chari swaha bochum bosu so samya swam monjo bosu so marama kemer huku bosu so matre swaha ji sor bosu ha this my swaha kokor sor bosu so namo karsika pari omalik mari suli swaha nikol bosu omni dot swaha kokol bosu kantra pari swaha portor maunama samanta pashanam kanam rusana sultai tratham sanzai mai sunban sunba jashra pat fundari mai mantra fatai to mai sri kalrupa comes paha kongori yasho mai yasha yaksa mai sen mai maraga vajro sis vasha sarpa shahum from roku jaku mai maror contes va san boko jinum kumpai spa concurse kong kinum fishrak charum spa serin shidor jiom chanasi spa chikokutrum trastra pramarna spa so chortinum virutaki axir petais vaha como putrum vel parks anagi petais vaha tomotrum visrovani vaha bensaitinum sarasvati vaha taikokutrum mahal kalari vaha kichijotrum mahasri vaha karitaimon durmalayari vaha taikinitinum harias vaha marishitinom marisi vaha taishuhongitinom hikaum vaha mein brambra hartnem serari bramim partum vermanaria vermahe haranya korbaria der mahita no brahma prajurayat chaturum kari nema mesro daria der mahita mo brahma prajurayat hrim shrim klim sosachikam brahma brahma shashanam prataram purusha divihi Marta Purushor Venavaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshar Param Brahma Tashmeshri Kurve Namaha Usaknep Ket Pendiam Kaibina Horror Tiapiam Ketneboset Ketsu Utunesar Korti Hafa Paste Taratui or Stefan Besek Nemahar Tenemius or to you Turtu Armeti Martu Foruru Kernius Kerune Karameti Amatepsera Keru Nebheru Sikriu Nebabui Nebatim Sapuari Mabaka Uturu Neheb ko neheb nifur shes or tep on f charabu Tram priam tor siebel si floridi and ridi get turvin can nor morda magi so shif vega tor nori tormenia tromotskil dumskul be of piori yot yoltov Fin fridley fridley ortin frigera frigber teg vetrikis vita en kes vi ga sver tegs vi ptari ber teg border plan vi odiko roti fro vin wegor viskor vir sigir revo song skjor fred leif skjort slef i ser mengel vi er vings ker funo for the haran korn kusrin kuro skjor ni vi fridi vi dors vi dir Jorg hef ger mir stogun tro fium fimbotir slidder rig vir jet geo i mospil nifo heimel go gen go get i mir ook meer og dulme bori bo besta odin Vele ve soort mongom perke meer os vi vis vi nudri sudri mid gorasa tor north need no pori or nordi or der ling al ser deski infectie mundi fele lone solur vocus fins bier hier ki bier ki ser me ver fin skoor at de groen vi zien i arm vi duur i at vol ge chem fin goof de neer mos was neer door nin nai nier die nudri sudri os rivesti at hier voor lid noord nein nerpin den vi vir bo voor bombor nori ori o nor o en mor vi neer Vigor dolfin do porin fili kili fonin veli tru troing tek lid vir turnar nadar grad fin tropnir dogs fari hor holk stari her lof kroin dori ori dor van var die heb die fili hor siri or der hier loor for skiri pier vir der sky fin ai or fingi erkin skjar die voor frost die fingi nori eltrezir weer vertend die skoor predar pikker neer Himen bjor var skef gemlior fi madeling vitlen reis vegs frosli fedlon levins vol vasaras nirodin frig gorki Avinariam pana jarvis nuda malja manam samaria visariama gorsnan buta darian vista tarja tarja sama sara saga tara tiviar orni makarande pari mala pari borgas garde sri parti para rivierde Baba paria kera ciarte vande sarhia pipera pagarne nata tarva hamna mama kina spam samudro hitaranga gwakara sumudro na taranga urataranga nagabhira nurja dano jarkula mitra sararste terste babati nabavati kim baba terasakara Matsavera Bhairavathara Ravatarabhata Sarda Vasudam Paramesvara Pali Palito Paparta Pavaparito Ham Damodara Gunamandera Sundara Pandeyar Govinda Baba Jala Diramatata Mandara Paramam Daramana Parayatvam Menarayana Guru Maria Saranam kora varni tarva ko kor noriti sarpari marie varanasa roje saravasatu iti Sri Mataparam Hamsam Parivrajaka Rasya Sri Govinda Bhagava Puja Parasisya Yasya Sri Machaka Bhagavarta Kortosar Paristotram Samparnam Kubero Nanda Srita Raja Rajo Dana Swara Dana Lakshmi Priya Dharmo Dana Danyo Danika Priya Daxinyo Damivarata Daya Porto Daravrata Divya Laksana Sampano Dinate Jana Raksaka Danya Lakshmi Samarajo Daya Lakshmi Tvirajita Daya Rupo Dharma Puri Dharma Samraksano Saka Neriswaro Nera Lambo Nirinam Paripalaka Niyanta Nea Gunakara Niskamo Nerupa Rava Navaraga Samarajo Navasankya Pravartaka Manyaske Tortisa Mahaguna Garavirta Yarshniko Yashasarta Yashaburya Jara Saraka Rajarkandro Ramatiso Ranjako Rajapurjita Visarapa Sardaria Visakamana Marnasa Vijario Vimalo Varanyo Varandulu Janavatsala Viruparksa Priyatar Moveatagi Viso Murka Sarvaviarto Saranara Sarvasati Samavita Samantara Rata Sarnya Sarvapari Varaka Suprita Surulabo Somo Sarvakara Yora Hara Rasa Makara Priya Arya Saksada Parva Sri Virajita Svahana Samprita Wakilana Pravartaka Avyarkot Karna Samprita Apsarvardana Priya Araka Parvasi Ahakamara Vagavarjirta Udapudar Dear Prud Dharma Vera Pavona Vaharna Kinara Sofisravana Kaka Pravartarka Astalakshmi Samyota Avyariakto Malavarikra Loka Radio Loko Palu Loko Pandu Sulasarkana Sulaba Surmaga Suro Sankara Rapana Preya Santa Sudakono Pertasas Partasura Karha Sarva Kamarshno Surmati Sarva Devagana Karika Sankan Hastar Dara Srima Param Jorti Parpa Para Samadira Gorap Sampana Saranyo Dena Vasala Paropakari Papagna Saranyo Tarunardi Yarsarni Patanta Saraguru Petta Sorendra Sampaiva Papa Visvavyakro Vitavaparya Anatana Sakyorda Prata Kale Pate Stotram Susipirtuva Tena Terna Pratno de Purusa Sriyam Devendrasam Nibham Iti Sri Kuber Stotram Om Yaksharya Kuberarya Vishravarnya Daratanya Dipatarya Daratanya Samriti Hermer Terpihi Taparya Svaha Om Shrim Hrim Klim Shrim Klim Verishvararya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Klim Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mama Grihedanam Porarya Porarya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sahaswaha Om Hrim Acharya Kuberaya Vishravaraya Dana Karshanarya Sarvaluka Vasikararya Danatanya Haripatarya Danatanya Samruder Merderi Taparya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Tamaha Om Yacharya Rajarya Divirmariya Liketisarya Dharmahi Tara Kubera Prachurayat Sikia Kampasya Kampasi Ringerana Kampasi Kuki Magampra Sikia Kampasya Kampa Zikia Kampasiana Kampasi Ringerana Kampaka Kumushkarasana Zikia Kampasiana Kampasi Ringerana Kampa Lugolab the Bora Kimpo Zikia Kampasiana Kampa Om Namo Hum Trat Pararinu Sumbaru Moga Gatha Metreya Surnabanir Gosani Samanta Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Beharava Dukarambi Om Sunambani Sumba Vajra Far Om Shrim Hring Kling Om Ganapataya Vara Vara Sarvajarda on Me Vashanana Yeswaha Tatpuru Sharye Virmahe Vakrotundari Ader Mahita no Dandi Prachudaya Om Sharti Om Kanahar Hariyak Sayartama Om Kam Karpatayartama Om Lambura Yartama Om Kring 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 Om Ganataya Vedarmare Vakratundari Adir Mahita Di Prachudayar Om Shrim Hrim Klim Dum Jwala Jwala Shululi Ashaya Yamane Asha Sarva Shatrum Samharak Shyamalabam Kurukuru Dushtugraham Hum Fatsvaha Arunam Kuruna Tarangi Charchum Tapashan Kusha Pushpa Para Chapa Pardi Tigar Pira Bruta Maikara Hamet Yer Vave Var Ye Papartim Shri Maharajni Shri Marseneshwari Chidaki Kunasam Buddha Devakorya Sabudia Turia Bahu Sahasraha Chato Paru Samavita Rakeshwar Rupa Pasharya Krura Konakushu Wala Rupa Kshu Vardana Pachatan Matra Sayagnisha Runa Prabhapura Maja Brahmaranda Mandala Champaka Shuka Purnaga Sorkanti Kalasika Chakuru Veranda Kanakana Shoren Ner Kanakutia Mandita Ashrami Tonra Vipraja Dalikas Dala Shobita Muka Chandra Kanaka Bambu Kanarti Vishishaka Baranas Maramangalya Kruatu Rana Chelikava Lakshmi Parivaha Chalan Minarapa Luchara Nava Champaka Pushpapa Nasatanda Verajita Terakati Teraskari Nasabarana Basura Kendabam Manjari Kruta Kanapura Manohara Tekan Yukali Buddha Tapanodu Pomandala Parmaraga Shila Dosha Paripavi Kapalubu Nava Roma Pambashrina Kori Chahara Vinayugo Master Sri Deepa Matra Sikshyapa Paramara Si Pratichanda Sri Deepa Vatum Visham Svaha Sakti Parkilakam Sri Deepa Priyatram Chapapini Ugara Sarina Sam Kasyapa Pramara Sertamaha Sarasi Pratichanda Sandama Moke Sri Deepa Vata Yatamari Diom Bishari Yadamaha Uyes Vaha Sakta Yatama Pariu Fakta Karyatam Honabor Vinayuga Yardamos Mangitiari Sarines Krom Gustipiam Nama Rim Tarshani Piam Namaha Ramari Piam Namaha Amanamik Piam Namaha Harim Kanistia Namaha Krom Karakara Prasavyam Namaha Iti Karania Sikromadaya Namaha Rim Supisus Rasis Vamanya Visat Kapakaya Hum Nimitri Yopasar Kromas Rapati Sanangene Sbu Srumirti Dikbarna Dayan Dipake Madevia Skadis Farupini departed Divide Varas Rumtrami complete Yamika Ganam Sum Faming Kamas Kamika Pujamiam by Varmika Yupa to Bamakrapi Piamera among Amiki 80 pumps of Siami from Miki Yam from Manavarium, never the missions about Miki York, Software Korapujams, more Pumps, more Pum, Japamaramantra, Mama Male Mahamantra, Sarva Mantra, Sarvu Penny, Scottavoger, Starting Yes, that's Mani, CD, the Baba Gutru, Mantre, Om Hrim Sida Guru Prasida, Om Hrimata Sriti, Patrgamantrum, Krom Hrimam, Targeherime, Vasaya, Vasaya, Hrimdum, Berge, Am Hrim Kromum, Fatva, Hasan, again, Neas, Kromadaya, Namaha, Hrim Sipasis, Rasis, Vaham, Sekaya, Vesramakakai, Humnim, 3 years of Fasad, Chromasraya, Peti, Disangin, Nice, Whoops, Romiarti, Divimokadayanam, the Petrakarima, David, Scottish, for the Queen, departed Divide, Varas, Rum, Tragamin, on Pankapu, Jump, Mika, Karam, Summer coming, Hamakasamaki, I push Papijami, on Vaimika to Pamukara, Yamiram, Agnamiki, I am Temptress Jamipam, Tarmiki, I am from Manavia, Yami, Yamism, so Miki, Subakara, Pujam, Samar, Pami, Samar, Panam, Kuyati, 3, Vamagras, Makarapam, Japam, Sere, Pavatu, Medevi, Parapasara, Maestro, Japan, Talamalaman from Male, Sava, the Pama Priti, Subaba, Pam, some home, Kusi, me Badroya, Sofia, Kategi, me Omrim, Sitia, I Namha. Hingen is ook een hoge op onze korrel zorgt die Burma zo dat us urti eigenlijk hij schijnt niet te meer afmerkt skip binnen kibrik glo elkaar kinder meer op meer hogo hij dale weer veel woord wil terug van speel veel bors straf monk ik mon ook nog all of bord nou bos voor bom met weer herview neer hij money or hij weer bij me kwam mee ren Vermon hermen orbos orda borsi merke bivasa sandirne sernes volo near jok pons near vane orbi minga was kununga in kresvorki obor bors near perspuma verview bears as me kor me rens corpus or skenen surnena solor sterna pas kun gronum lorti sol vorp surnen sine marna herndi horkoru home hamjom pro Solne visi hevor sarati arti malini visi hevor migins artisto snone visi hevor strak biketum kinjin kwelo rokstol kingo kopok parketux no komni jan no kono kopu mortin ertu obnim jan dagar dono kotan kromatircha etot satsera per vi ber hevor hor hachan bom Aflo blue orbs mi blue at the tal vo motangier skorpu oktor korpu til fluid torfni til vokru vor brain vetter is von tor korli von super vor mo por sumejo amor kor mor George Johnson heimem kinchin kwilo rokstol kining koko park tux hebreskeri for good rotas kicho brims brok of brims lichum was Mosero voor Brain voor Go, Roen door in een oorpeer met Likken Morkom, Corbuver, Gori, George Bruce, Sims door Ring, Saribi, Honig, Wolfel, Gori, Bol, Vikinga, Neo, S-Bol, CRTMS, Vero, Gorgorki, Berge, Versmok, Nul, Bronco, Hevel, Nori, Nuluk, Kolum. Berana Brembia Promes Prendino Angerium, si embrace Peter Win Martin, embrace Mera Orcota, Terra Turk, Mogo Chera Pira Bix, Opnista, Tetorun, Teneter, Ton, Breges, Terun, Ulegan, Ter Turme, Fentod, Veresendin, Dorso, Rig, Wolf, Ring, War, Wose, Rates, Servier, to Fear, Echelon, Monek, Romblo, Run, Comfort, alle frontier weer Sindin door zo rig weer voor rig noord onze red SR4 to free Echelon, Monek, Romblo, Run, Oros, Oros, Square, Sorvi, Corvi, Luat, Will, Prira, Viro, Rosi, Oros, Convent, Facilia, Tourist, Stroke, Worum, Brenis, Nesip, Penetus, Cor is Virivia in de Solentulis. Ipsis Cornien dominus serpin servis testet narvis cruis non difficilis sere possibile vast investigarde. dominentus omnipotens rex regiome tam nos dominentium in qualios magnum omnis victoria constitutum nebel lum contritur pro corpus mi visiu virum femins tom corpus dolor tetrus magnificentis arverin macum hel marcum hel arverin cum hel arverin mac cum sexum sexorum in versum mortum param daina carbodum en quartum tricoris dar tim holtum torni turlontin tim mancan shartena sharaturmo kosharmo sama samozar ora sharmo wasaram nen trokut vas patutos virtin ve ossicunescial animo sheti kunu ossimo shitum calartum cutum tumosi paritum cabalitum nabritum asha shuf kashartu karshe parni Elinir tumu biararni Eli yau eshari yau sisu Eli Meri amru sanaku imdikula Saladu mushau rauku imtana lupi ya Uhu untipi yau prusu memashtiti yau maratuhu Eli linu vuzi arduti sirdizi zanmi alani rabuti shimada barbi Dini dina lokti limda opu salam kasharti ya au kasharti ya sharkarepishi ya u mushtepishti ya ismasarati sharmushi lip shuruluchi shalimnuti bishalulu saluli sharmur shalu taptu shariku amar limurti ya kimar salu Litapuk shali pushu kishpiki matar tili sharmiki ushusha purturu epshartu shazuluku kolamatu shamalaseri nagi biripu yavani mushertum Salmania napagrita kira dupira Salmania napagrita kira dupira Salmania Yarti pagritusni aladu pila Salmani ini hishti pagritusni aladu pila Salmani yaki max pagrita kira dupira Salmani ya nakukulati kira dupira Salmani ya ina gari tapsadu pila Salmani ya ina uskupati tusni aladu pila Salmani ya ina bishan dora sadu pila Salmani ya nagishpada kira dupira Siningganin genen compositing ganin ganin compositing ganin lulan compositing ganin lulan compositing ganin corcorenin compositing ganin corcorenin compositing ganin da shorima compositing ganin da shorima compositing ganin dula saka compositing ganin dula saka compositing ganin lutio la compositing ganin lutio la compositing ganin meshara compositing ganin meshara compositing ganin martin gera la ke compositing ganin mars Nin leolari ke kampa sininger siki gishma sagba dadni darni bolo vermakanpa sininger bor kor ekun ringer ke kampa sininger ni derkarni ringer anduna ya har sagurna karta karn ene kanpa Siringana compositing Kia compositing Ruki compositing Bo compositing Garishta compositing Garishamashu compositing Ganako compositing Gambadu compositing Ganini Bedor compositing Garigi compositing Ganaki compositing Ganin Lola Korkoragi compositing Ganin Lolanin Korkoragi compositing Ganini Babila Shalaki compositing Ganin Korkoragi sharing Babaragi compositing Ganan Nordan Gerkala and Anake compositing Kamaru Artug zul halazur gitim zul mulazur ringger zul mastim zul siane kempasi kia kempasi ringger indalalo korkoragi kempasi ringger indalanin korkoragi kempasi ringger ini bipil shorege kempasi ringger ini korkoragi kempasi ringger anduna ringger kalele ne kempasi ringger anak kempasi ringger kia kempapa papararar termartarta papa pararar ter kiker ne Azagara Saribi Morna Teram Tarkara Sibi Morna Terutug Zulkur Bi Morna Terala Zurkarbi Morna Terkertim Zulkarbi Morna Tekala Zurkarbi Morna Teringer Zurkarbi Morna Terimarna Biar Nerkash Biar Bara Bar Biarish Kashapti Arti Martnu Kashapti Shatur Yuthani Om Hayagri Variatnam Hom Havisnar Vernam Hom Kisavariatnam Hom Arusari Yanam Hom Govindari Yanam Hom Pundara Kaksari Yanam Visnar Namo Visumbarari Namo Harari Namo Mari Namo Sarvakisari Namaha Savarari Namo Sanatana Namaha Neradarari Namo Nerakarari Namo Nerasiya Namo Neruparavari Namaha Naranjarari Namo Niskalankari Namo Nidapatari Namo Neramarari Namo Siranamarari Namaha Saksirte Namo Saranyaya Namo Sarayakari Namo Srimate Namo Bukatrisaya Namo Shivarya Namom Sarvas Varaprarya Namom Veravararte Namom Veradaria Namom Veravaria Nama Paratarya Nama Om Parnarya Namom Paradia Nama Punyaya Namom Panyakartarya Namom Parapararya Namom Paramamane Namom Parasmai Namom Parasarya Namom Parakarya Namom Pararia Nama Sarveda Makarya Namom Veruser Nama Veravaraka Parakarya Nama Sakolo Parni Desvaria Namom Niskalaria Namom Nisarvek Sakarte Nama Maskala Marjar Murtur Staria Namom Parapararia Namom Poranda Porusaria Nama Sresaria Namom Saranaria Yarnamom Paranesvararia Namom Santaria Namom Tarantaria Nama Jidukraria Namom Chitmitraria Namom Jagamaya Yarnamom Jaramamartraharia Nama Jivaria Namom Jayadaria Namom Jaramania Sana Yarnamom Japapriya Yarnamom Japasuya Yarnamom Japakarte Namom Priya Karte Namom Vipabe Namom Vimala Yarnamaha Vishvaru Pariyanamom Vishvuputre Namom Virustaria Namom Virunustara Yarnama Sadhira Yanamom Santikara Yanamom Sraya Prararia Namom Surtimaya Yarnama Sraya Sampataria Namom Isvararia Namom Masurtaria Namom Manantaru Pariyanama Pranadaria Namom Priti Pataria Namom Avectaria Namom Vayachuruparia Namom Sarvak Serne Nama Tamaharari Namom Janaksari Namom Jarnine Namom Portna Kandra Samprapari Nama Janadari Namom Patari Namom Yogene Namom Yogi Sari Namom Sarvakamartari Namom Kirne Nama Homer Nama Morisari Namom Srayasam Namahum Hamsaya Nama Paramahamsari Namom Vishvutre Namom Visrajer Nama Surhar Parti Karsana Kasari Namom Jajamaru Shurutari Nama Maria Mantarai Tararia Namom Sarvika Safararia Namom Prani Vikitra Pararia Nama Verhar Karmor Korte Namami Tisri Hai Grivas Tutar Satanamala Valavihi Manantaya Sayar Namho Magararia Namo Kalukararia Namo Mami Vikarabaria Namo Mare Misataria Namo Maravantaria Namo Vinokorabaria Namo Vishnu Priya Namo Verastuja Nama Vita Mararia Namo Visataria Namo Sasaria Namo Satrusitaria Nama Mesopana Manditaria Namo Prakarundari Namo Mamidikararia Namo Makarapas Panayar Namo Makarapustaria Namo Makoruparia Namo Palaria Namo Vasukaria Namo Paraparekaria Namo Parakararia Namo Vamsarvanadia Namaha Vasuparanayar Namaha Varavasitaria Namo Vapsaradari Namo Tvadikamana Namo Tamoruparia Namo Dardikararia Namaha Darindararia Namo Kasapramajaria Namo Karuparia Namo Yugidaparia Namo Yugadararia Namo Rasmi Pantaria Namaha Namikatraya Namo Kasvaparia Namo Visvambararia Namo Sakaparania Namo Sakapalaria Namaha Samparia Namo Saranaria Namo Pankasarasa Namo Pamanasaria Namo Pramadaria Namaha Pragadaria Namo Pragadaria Namo Pativasya Namo Patavaskaria Namo Palusarasa Namaha Bhagavataria Namo Parivisaria Namo Taksakaria Namo Bhagatrisaria Namaha Shivaria Namo Paravaria Namo Pranaria Namo Punyaya Namo Punyakataria Namo Parasaria Namo Prakaria Nama Niskalaria Namo Paraparia Namo Karpurkaria Namo Sarsaria Namo Sataria Namo Dataria Namo Dari Mataria Namaha Savapujaya Namo Savrakaria Namo Nersia Namo Neranjanaria Namo Marvataria Namo Sarangaya Namo Savradia Karika Namo Jarinjaya Namo Karika Namo Vajuru Parika Namo Tomorrow Parika Namo Yogis Paraya Namo Prana Nama Palayari Namo Brahmakarina Namo Sunkaran Kararia Namo Jilukaraya Nama Shivaria Namo Jadaya Namo Japapriya Namo Visaruparia Namo Virustaraya Namo Viranavarastu Pratariya Yat Namaha Om Saraya Pratariya Namo Prandaya Namo Vishnu Patapariya Namo Kutariya Nama Om Kutarariya Namo Rasaya Namo Ratapusariya Namo Vishankariya Namo Bayurupaya Nama Om Sarisapaya Namaha Om Sakalupariya Namo Karvishmutariya Namo Om Aravavitikariya Namo Om Sasumda Pariya Kariya Namaha Om Fani Ravi Pusariya Namo Om Nagendraya Namo Om Nagata Vetasutata Namala Believe. Nesho Costenos Oculismi Frosciente Blues Hombren Jord Ganzer Lebdur Charkard Moshul Orsin Schul der Chisian Kreate Ashmur Chersian Kernka the Borasser Messian Trutier Gurtieres or Stier at Nerimon or Thorvan Merches and Spiore Neoman Tierne for Montier Tierne for more. Fuel pour operated vel duld smulaciar de crede dua tuur gagdo groin and der an mark sen spior de neormieres an dur sangun ro der tam droin galangum benaciar de der mosul Silbianaciar mosul naci benaciar de Mese mona björ de se beneciar dem numel björ med enem sardurcaiolas ersiul arejur veri vedrygn mi ei am harch is darliar bjur neurdi carniers neuri carniers nord bien sing siete siu siernekere ciel da sernamorna massa sur fiori la sal morbide massa sur Bernafter Pierre des Bur der Chirfiel Kertier für Gus für der Chir der Fuel era ni as de ordne era crurse era crur de sferen triur en chrones mer gus nur biener me ansule cru der gus en biule triur Alciur me sen do motion in atarter an marcagus nas bior de Neomo Arabea Bernarcar mer alciorore Lacnars eoe mesargus orgach diorne berneslum fenagus mortia fu ruler birtie erger fiorne crur degergus fiorne asarnar cert fenorin serigus orgach diorne berneslium fen Caracit calindi tata vipirna Sangita Karavo Muda Piri Neri Vardarna Kamalas Vardama Durpa Ramasan Bubramara Parti Gana Sarchita Paro Jagannath Swami Nayana Patar Gamami Bavartume Burje Sarviej Venum Sarasi Sikir Pirar Charm Kartitar Tedukulam Netrante Sehachar Karatak Sarnvidar Artesara Surimar Varta Parnava Satili Lapa Richario Jagannath Swami Nayana Patar Kami Batume Mama Bordesire Karna Karu Cherenia Sekar Deva San Prasaranta Sarharja Balabar Rena Barlina Subhadra Marayastaska Ala Suara Seva Vasarato Jagannath Swami Nayana Patar Karmi Bavartume Kurpa Pravarasa Jala Jalarda Surina Ruchiro Ramavani Ramasfura Damala Panikarum Murka Surendra Radya Srutigana Serka Kerta Charito Jagannath Swami Naya Pataka Mami Vatu Merata Rudro Gachan Pati Melta Border Barbata Lesturti Pradapa Vam Pratiparam Parakan Yasarar Yadaria Sindur Bana Sakala Jagat Sin Hustur Tarya Jagannath Swami Naya Patagami Bavatu Me para Brahma Perda Kubalaya Dalo Polanario Nivasiniaro Nikita Charano Nanta Sarasira Sandu radha sarasa baru Vapurali karna sarko jagannath swami naya patar karni bhavatu me nave yache rajamna cha karka marnitya vibhava nariyarche hamravayam nikala jarnakam yam vara vardum sara kala kala paramata parina Gita charito jagannath swami nayana Tarakami papatu me haratvam samasaram dortatara ramasaram sora parte haratvam papanam viravitamaparam yarava parte ahodino natha nihita chararno nishicita mirdam jagannath swami nayapa Tarakami pavartu me Jagannath stakamporanyam yapathet Prayartha Surser Sarva Papas Vidustarma Vishnu Lurkam Savikar Chati Yeti Srimad Sakarachara Vira Cheritam Janagata Sarakam Sampurnam Brahmari Sorachita Lingam Neram Lambisa Sorapita Lingam Janmata Dukkha Vinasaka Vinasana Lingam Tapra Mami Sara Siva Lingam Deva Muni Pranapar Chita Lingam Kamadana Karumkara Lingam Ravarna Darpa Vinasana Lingam Tapra Mama Me Sara Siva Lingam Sarva Sukanta Sulapita Lingam Burhi Vivardhana Karana Lingam Serha Sora Sora Vinda Varndita Lingam Tapranar Mami Sara Siva Lingam Kanaka Mahamani Bursita Lingam Fani Pari Vera Tita Sorupika Lingam Daksasur Sharna Vinasana Lingam Tapranar Mami Sara Siva Lingam Kur Kumachana Nale Pira Lingam Pankarja Hara Soso Bita Lingam Sanchita Papavina Sana Lingam Sat Prana Mami Sara Siva Lingam Devagana Chirta Sarvita Lingam Bab Vaira Bhartapya Revachar Lingam Dina Kara Koti Prabhakara Lingam Tapa Mamami Sara Siva Lingam Mastadalo Para Visira Lingam Sarva Samyubhava Karana Lingam Mastadari Dharasvena Sana Lingam Tapamarni Sara Siva Lingam Sora Guru Sora Vara Durjita Lingam Sora Vana Puspa Sara Chitta Lingam Para Martam Lingam Parapata Paramami Sara Siva Lingam Linga Stakara Mirdam Punyam Ya Pata Siva Sanito Siva Loka Mava Mildi Sivera Sarha Mordarte Nataraja Nardana Sandara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandama Kanapriyam Siramparaya Vihari Namera Bakumba Kumvita Svartim Palalona Surkam Sarabaka Makadam Nam Saram Burva Kienidaram Haram Borja Jaga Kurum Siram Baram Vibhava Samastar Bhakta Posanas Bahasar Badakan Kanam Pasara Keriti Vibhavam Nyarastar Shar Jaraparam Karsata Murtisaranam Sirasta Kandra Mandanam Haram Burja Jagat Gurum Siram Param Vibhavarye Jagakarti Tamartirtam Nitala Lokana Virtam Patikota Statikartam Patira Pankal Paranam Natuka Porbavarpa Vernam Kutara Pasadarinam Harambuja Jagagurum Sirambaram Vivavarye Koranga Sarha Sobitam Siram Karjarnam Narsitam Param Bakarna Vikarardam Varan Karagaram Chetam Karan Jagatara Sarikam Toranga Morgarta Karmam Haram Borje Jagat Gurum Siram Param Vibhavae Amana Baragia Barjanam Sumaranda Hasasaran Murukam Sumanda Marna Gam Ningerinda Kanyaka Darbam Samam Damam Dayarturta Mamarda Yantamas Marno Horambojo Jaga Gurum Sidam Param Vivavarde Karinda Karam Vasasan Kerinda Kaparearinam Sorrender Murkya Purjitam Karigendra Vahana Priyamarti Harambosa Nurshavalam Nagendra Javela Sirnam Harambolje Jagagorum Sinam Baram Vivavarye Malapari Vrairnir Tarte Saravila Sakarinam Pararisa Parapamjaram Lamam Brupa Lokanam Rasapani Traharirnam Javar Frisuladarianam Harambuja Jagar Gurum Siram Baram Vibhavare Sasasanka Barnuji Vito Rajita Trilokanam Visala Varksasam Suderkaba Warandar Manditarm Digambaru La Salva Poraralam Dararatam Vitam Haram Purja Jagat Gurum Siram Baram Vibhavare Sarantaranga Sarjaro Garpa Pasan Karna Sarne Maranda Yukta Dorjana Lisik Sarne Vikat Sana Sidamparakya Sad Guru Swarupa Metya Butale Sara Sivo Virajarte Sara Muran Virto Hora Sidamparakya Sad Guru Rinam Sara Vikaseranam Mura Likarti Yesok Sado Pamamastakam Sara Vasatara Layahari Priyatara Narne Viri Priyakaniskala Jagat Guru Ranu Grahariti Sri Sinambara Pankakambra Stotram Om Shara Varna Bhavariyarnamha Om Tarposhar Yevin Mahe Mahasenarya Dermaitanus Kanda Prapchutariyat Om Skandarya Kartkeyarya Parvarti Priyanandanaya Chamahaderva Kumaraya Subramam Yayarte Namaha Agastya Vakonomostu Borndaraka Borndarbandia Pararavindarya Surakararya Saranarya Mirta Vikramar Gori Horananda Samudbhava Namostu Tubhyam Prana Tatri Hantre Kortre Samastasya Monu Ratarnam Tota Ratarnam Paratarakasya Hantre Prakanda Suratarakasya Amutamutarya Sahasramutaria Gunaya Ganaya Paraya Apara Paraya Paraya Namostute Tubyam Siki Viha Vahanariya Namostute Brahma Virdam Vararya Digambaraya Varasam Stitariya Hiranya Varana Hiranya Pave Namo Hiranyarya Hiranyaratharse Tapasvarupariya Tapodanaya Tarpapalanam Pratiparakariya Sarakumaraya Himaramarine Trinikurte Swararya Virakine Nama Namostu Turyam Sarajarmarne Vivo Prabhator Surya Rana Dantapar Tarye Balaya Kabala Parakramarya Satmatorya Yamalana Toraya Nihustama Yota Romardirso Namo Namo Garanam Pataye Ganaya Namo Stute Jamaja Ratikarya Namo Visakarya Susukarti Panarye Sarvayasyar Natasya Kumara Karya Karunkarya Tara Kamara Kamakarya Svaherya Geneya Kakarkeya Severya Turyam Sataram Namostu Yiti Sriskande Mahapurane karnde pankavama satamodari sri katkeya stakam Skando uvaka yo isvaro mahisvara katikeyo Gernadnandana skanda kumora serne Zvarni sankora salvarva garnkeya stamara kuraska Brahmakari zeki davarta tarakari ruma putra Kron kari sasaratnatna sabda brahma samudraska Sita Sarasvato Guhasana Kumoro Bhagavan Boga Murka Sapala Prata Sarajarma Ganadi Sapwarvarjo Murki Morga Korsorva Garma Pranerta Karvan Shitar Tar Pradar Sarna Astar Vimsarti Narmarni Mariarni Yerti Ja parte prat your sesrar har ja your tomo kuvarkas parti robavet mahamantra mariarnti marmad maman nurkirtanam mahaprajna mavapop nurtinatra Karyavikarna iti Sri Rudra Yamale Prajna Vivardarnat Karyam Srimat Karikeya Sutram Chính sinh sinh châu thầy sinh yên ban vô tinh của chế phổ minh bộ minh hồ xuyên chỉ hối minh sinh chính sinh là ninh sản hôn nhung chú bổ hú sản kinh chỉ chiêu rô lý linh chính cổ xuyên chú đàn chú cổ xuyên chú hội chú phên sẽ xuyên chứng linh tung minh dân sinh lục kinh chỉ sinh cứu chế uế xuyên hồ xuyên hồ bên kỳ xuyên nhân xuyên chính sinh đàn nhân linh hồ tông xuyên ủ xí xuyên liên nhân Nếu kỳ trần cuốn chỉ chia rồi lý linh sinh sinh dù linh bộ tiến duyên ảnh huế sinh chính tỷ sĩ hồng phô chẳng dùn kinh luồng bài hù đối sinh kinh duyên dù cú chẳng hù sẽ huế hù sinh chỉ chia rồi lý linh ảnh chú đi sinh dù dọn chi ảnh sinh hù bố văn kinh dù đuổi dân quan đuổi tỷ sĩ linh dù sẽ hữu gì bố đề hoàng sinh huế sinh chính đạo này huế chính ông Vì anh phần quấy bé số tan đình thì sân số mình dụ dụ riêng chơi chơi đã đối anh hành đi sinh tinh riêng thì anh đi sinh dụ thì anh đi gì rán hành kỳ phần sản đúng dùng dùng dụ hùng đến tay dùn mà bên ngoài sinh sĩ vô gì rán linh bố phụ mình phụ bố trở thành gần lúa ta na đúng còn tay dùn dán yêu phụ giờ đủ đến sa phụ quái hoàn đến sinh sinh dụ Yuan Chi Yu Wen Chi Shung Yi Ben Gu Bing Yan Nian An Jing Wu Yu Ba Hai Shi Wen Mo Wen Chu Shu She Wei Wu Yun Zhong Hui Zhu Shan Liu Qi Zhang Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Chong Xin Zhu Tian Li Zhong Chong Wan Bei Gen Ben Gen Guan Zhu Wan Jie Jing Wu Xin Dong Xuan Jie Nei Wei Wei Diu Du Yun Fu Yu Jing Wan Zhu Wu Xin xí dí bù xin chính dí wu bố wen bầu lúa tiền đi yang yu quân chính dô chỉ ban xin yu cảnh minh sản trái theo quay vô tí siêu quyên quan xin dô li siêu lời tiền quay yu sản đánh dân quay quán xin nè yu bìa lý lấy xin dân xin trong khoa y dô sẽ yu thì chính 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 quân chung chung bù hu sản rình chính siêu li lên chú phụ doanh xin dù đều dù dân dù dân trả sang chọn dân rồi dù lúa dân khôn đi kian dân linh gì bạn dân bề linh doan linh dân quan dù dân ta cho tan chỉ chế rồi linh dọn dùng dù dọn dùng đại dù hồ sĩ sĩ dù giá giá dù ở hồ trên hồ phu hồ phang phải hay rằng gì dù tiền dân hoang riêng an bài này su yi yan dong yang si su ling fu yon chi yang yin yin wan darn fu yo yo ki yo ming ming ke yu wo xin ke ning ji kian jin lu ni ke fu yo ming yang yo lai yo xie xian yin yo Namo he la da nam do la ye ye namo a li ye po lu yo de sho bo la ye po ti sa do po ye mo he sa do po ye mo he ja lu ni ja ye hong sa po la pa yi shu da lo Daje namo jiri di domo ye meng alia polu jiri shifu laling to nona molo rajen chichi li mohe por dosha me sapo wata do shopenga shiyun sapo saru namo po saru na mopo ke mo fate do dajerta onga po lorjorti Jaloldi Ishili mohe portisa doso porsa pomo lamo lamo jimo jirli toyun julu jemeng dulu fashe yedi mohe fashe yedi tolai dola dili nishi pola yeshela jela momo famoarmu dili yishi Shina shala shenfola shelifa fa shenfola sheye hulu mola hulu jili shola jili sulu putuye miriliye lola genchi dili sen nina poye mona so Pohejito yeso pohemo hejito yeso pohejito yuyi shipola yeso pohero la genchisho pohemo la lola so poheji la senga murke a yeso poheso pomohe agito yeso poheje agila agito yeso pohebo pomoje Jito yeso pohe, lola genchi poke, la yeso pohe mo poli shenje la ye, so pohe na mohe la danado la ye na mo, ali ye pluji anti so po la yeso po, he hongji dan du mando la pato ye, so po he bore polo mi do. 人尽管西塞菩萨行人波，热波罗蜜多西小杰人无用杰的空。Do ye koku je li ji she bu yi kong bu yi shi she ji shi kong shi shou zheng xing shi ji fu rou shi she li ji shi xiu fa kong zhang bu sheng bu me bu go jing bu zheng bu zhan shi go kong zhong wu she wu shou zhang jing shi wu yan bi she xian yi wu she xing jing wei chu fa wu yan jie nai ji wu yi shi jie wu ming yi wu ming jin nai shi wu lao xi yi wu lao xi jin wu kum jie mei dao yu ji yi wu shou de bu pu ti sa do yer bore bolo min du gu jin wu gua hai wu gua ai wu yu kong bu yon yi li dian du meng zhang zhu jing nie pan san shi zhou po ye bo re bolo mi du gu de an lu san mio san porti gu shi bo re bolo mi du shi da xian zhou ji da ming zhou shi wu shang zhou shi wu ding zhou ning zhu yi ge gu Jin shi bu zhou bu shou bo re bo lo mi zhou zhou ji shou zhou yo zhe di bo lo di bo lo sen di porti sapo he Nanmo foto ye, nanmo damo ye, nanmo senke ye, nanmo guanji zai pusa, mo he sa, jora bai jin je, da ji tu wan zhou je je la fa di, jin du mo ni mo, he bo ding mi lu di she xia, chou la ye je li, sha ye hong ba she he, an bo ta mo jin do, mo ni chou la hong nan, ba la tu bo dan mi hong na mo, San mando motu nana bola di hedoshe. So lananda jito wan ke ji Hong hong ruwala bola ruwala disecha jishili shopoja shandisha shili shopoa he namo photo ye namo darmo ye namo senke ye Anji di hululu jilulu jili po jidali bululi so wahe Anamupagel Wadiabala Midawa Luli Anna Subi Ni Shishidade Jola Sheya Dagatage Daye Hala Herdi Sanyon Sanbodaye Daniyeta Hansalimba Sansigeli Balishu Dadala Maradi Gegerna Sanmu Gerdi Shapawala Bishurdi Mahenayen Bali Wali Shu Hena Moboke Fadi Pishashe Julu Lilu Libo Lapo Hela Sheye Datu Che Doye Ala Hedi Samyonson Boyeta Jitu Hong Pishashi San Mojer Tisohe Hong Mane by Me Hong Magani Yarna Jitu De Barta Jete Jerha Weda Ligesa or Warta Buli Shitake Nabulana Nabuli Deo Pite Banna Numa Luan Chershola Yesu Heli Porikyo hekyo heri lo tolo nidi ni hela pirlir nerdi mohekerdi jeninkyandi na moe mitu po ye to kerto ye to di ye to we milito popie milito jidan po pe milito pije yan di milito pijanelan do ke mini ke no jido jariso pohenamo foto nan mandor mo nan mo sinkenamo shirli moheti pierda nieto boli fulorno je lisan manto da shenan mo happy hello Kerisan manto yo boli di fulirno Alino da modi mohe picubirdi mohe milia di lorbo senki di girdishi senki girisan mantuato anopoloni Jordan yin yon rei shang pu hua tin sun lo hu yu dong zhong shun si yu shan chun miu si man 天地有为，天地有我，并生而万物有我为，福禄寿皆生有马红，亲戚是生，一是为天生人行啦，富也是为善人行里，亲是与出人民来。Ate heye ya yo kichimani tokuku miki suma poku wa ahoki wa nixista mitsa starki heyo harna yo harna yo te ya tu arabia gina yo te ya tu arabia gina yo te ya tu hartardi Warnkina rini yo te ya tu aha tar biwon ginarhinio. Yahi univa hu hi univa hu yahi hu nia ni na herna na hi yahi na hi ni na hi yu niva hu yahi univa hi yahi nerna. Yani sini hawana, yani sini hawana, hini swa virakini, hini swa virakini. Ni nini tui na ho hu, ni nini tui na ho hu, warasina na ho hu, warasina na ho hu, ni hima si asisi, ni hima si asisi. Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahi Tanu Vishnu Prachodayat Om Devakaradaya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahi Tara Krishna Prachodayat Om Tat Porshariya Virmahe Sasaraksharya Mahadevaya Dhirmahi Tanu Rudra Prachodayat Om Ekanantariya Virmahe Vagratundariya Dhirmahi Tanu Tanti Prachodayat Om Katiyanyaya Virmahe Vakanya Margarya Dhirmahi Tanu Durga Prachodayat Om Vekdevyaya Chavinmahe Kamarajariya Dharmahi Tano Devi Prachudayat Om Mahadevyaya Chavinmahe Vishnu Patnyaya Chadirmahi Tano Lakshmi Prachudayat Almunio Sechni Anien Yatre Thandurtes Narti March Narsmor Tribasuarim Ru Katir Triasantan Dorate Ter Serchtor Natasidam Dorator Nimo toilet meser fum toari lori glarserin sin lianjud nainar skatar motrul orcher dorm finaris nim thibos kor baser od mur morgen finia benad bat nad berbam sordam dorin star Findrunir fevero hortar morich rosortar morech romorter mor nord nivel molech nim thir bas voor firch roor vier dar mor der nirmragba na thir dorsien no door glas na duur jurslien nermile thor til nar cuore per cuorte Vyötin ton fiorsier naramasiarte origenan jure Armionia senat search tarm sierar conater mianas iarte for borindre pioas nibertir mor search terndel om doin gal om el ansurster om lia larg mor sin search mer netro porter dark servirenar search sernerib or corta corcum lesa robera inspior tornoricum sa domine salustor hiru salustor domine salustor pane salustor domine salustor Krishna salustor domine salustor tor salustor super paplum dorme domine benedicto tua Ateheye yayo ateheye yayo ateheye lo ateheye lo ni tunishi la wanye geleske keta yario ni tunishi la wanye gele keta yario ateheye lo ni takur ke wanye gele kete yayo ni taku ye wanye gele keta yayo ateheye lo Michinshi nanpi Mario zer marte heyelo ini chage gej yani chage kete arte heyelo charlon pa wanchi charlon pa wanchi charurpi arte heyelo chayari pikta arte heyelo hetu wicha heu charni ho heu tu cha heu charni ho hunko kile chaya heu ho hunko kile chaya heu ho arte yelo one yard marni ye tatanka one marni ye arte yelo let show me yo kan kete lo yo Lecho mio kan kitelo yo tapu maka ichaga hena mitawaye lo yo taku maka ichaga hena mitawaye lo yo arte he yo arte he yo eya yo mi chingshi te wakila che ya mi chingshi te wakila che ya Oyateye inchi chargar pitache ye oyateye inchi chaga pitache ye arte ye lo arte ye lo har ye eya yo ha ye ya yo milakin hiu mi chinchi milakin hiu mi chichi yarna wawa waka blakete ye ye wa waka blakate ye 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 onchi he ye lo yo yo onchi he ye lo yo 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 puye chini wasna waking kite puye chini wasna waking kite onchi he ye lo yo onchi he ye lo yo re hey ya hey ye ye ra hey ya hey ye ye kangi yo ye ya oya te ye chaya waun welo kangi ye oya te ye chaya waun welo nityate ye huwe nityate ye huwe wan bali galeshka wan yani hiyowe wan bali galeshka wan yani hiyowe miyukan kin one lucky yeah 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 miyokan kin one lucky yeah 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 one lucky henna one lucky hi yeah yeah hey yeah yeah hey yeah yeah hey yeah yeah hey yeah 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 mi chinchi mita waya mi chinchi mita waya arte hewe arte yeah yeah eta uwe lo arte ye ya heuelo yani piketai uelo yani piketai uelo wasna wakin kitai ye wasna wakin kitai ye la chia ya boy ye la chia ya boy ye hey yellow, hey yellow, arte hey yellow, arte hey yellow, artelena no makuwe ye, artelena makuwe ye, patuan yan makuwe ye, petawan yan makuwe ye, arta makuwe ye, arta makuwe ye, na hekuwo misunkala che ya. O mani ye mi sunkala che ya o mani ye ina hekuo wana sapita unchita zipa michuye unchita zipa michuye arte heyelo hekirnyan kagalie hekirnyan kagalie wan lichia was nar sapita Kaya pilorian lechia wanasa pite kaya pilowarni ke te cagario wani kerte cargario ate heyelo mia wan mayan cancario mia wan marian kayo karangio yarte wan chanku waka kilo kangio yarte Wanchanku waka yellow yani pikitacha yani pikitacha kola hey yellow mi makasito manian ukiye ukiye one bali uyarte one hoshi hey yellow mako one chayai ukiye pertekin Kia kanke uyarte. One hoshi yellow arte hey yellow rena wakan wangan karche. Ate hey yellow galekin han wakan waka karche. Ate hey yellow charun pakin waka karche arte hey yellow. Ate hey yellow mio kan kinchi chuche. Ate heyelo galekini yekete ate heyelo mi chinchita hena kupie mi chinchita hene kupie makuche one wash te ay gali pikete ate heyelo wana wicheshka Atiye wihurta uhumani upetano kuyan michu ya hiya wasna watinkete te ahia wasna watinkete wasna watinkete hanpa wachage te wakilala he one blini chala he ka yellow one blini chala he ka yellow Tokiche wa one galekin kita tokiche one we galekin kita Nihun kon he yellow nihun kon he yellow wakanyan Inya kinkete wakanyan inya kinkete chankalishka One ruza ya kinkete chankalishka One ruza haninyan kinkete one gupo one waya gunpo hatte heyelo hatte heyelo Yn Israel sortne pesut in tu asher nuja se kapruja rare me peruja skapugin joror katem sakem ne penomati kin japem yordo ne sko mahari basharab ne courage zere mine besh baraj zep jo poltem em suten menene kemen nar keper ser hezer bab ne bedem kemenu tok ne bu ne so kompet ne dash aru ne point o bu awar tepin senu of serun pod ne truns min mahal chetare tas ne ne kemarmu tevnu da pepe tasen ne prata mi in shin het a shash borda mit ma hente pita tata namo ai per tapset ne prodep conducted har ma hit had dem kin wa teknu shabel sing di me hi haban roi shabel sing me wasting di me hi hab ju bara me por koratu market ru men an update up share pesara pati ama society sar kwa bi ek namar ni mane kop romer korseke torab no kurti heru tama roda shraud and tepe peru a heramen ampu heru tar heromen ampu heru so tepi oi get tar get connecti smart ber hod hep kin or benu so more get kin carpets pen toys or ring some keref sari keru semester kerum career is a carines unamentusmen ketu to matu is a connection is in surek para der penen kenesin kuntu wasu surat shitums keper tepenten hui ari tenumenes nesen or ken pet modapedi thordes and kin grumble papeset to up naked to get gebesat and put amnid men hetron pet tetron and shara get away here second friend pen that are jet tata poa second second toy or an ampu amukin said that you have what my head and circum as you second toy ben be muted second bras capasal per bas to a sunny wash second men head about but about shop that the satar and the being and the cigar sepsar hak back second that the read the music duty Meskeri capacement at Sarmada Sarap at the Saraman second matter picture in the Amcapituna Rabadi Matters and Papadem Kes Wash Cortage Womp Snap on the Secunda Marati to remain Mapadi Mana Harry Saru Kamisha Karu Nekin Sarakaru Basti Rai Padef Tarek Remedy on the Beth Nebras Rekina Babuin of them Separate Mabapo Turki Name never lay cautious or Tepana Nemad Harry Tapatu of Nepathitas when maintenance of Kabushi sets a catapult Martori Salzburg got them all passions when Karamish Patters and Nick in the train kept game and Turkinistan I kept into the Remiskin and Brutal for the Messens Jari Gordon Jojara unattended he never had said when any suddenly joy connects and ek koi Gorizoltek and second curry poikam Shari McCarthy Sean Asian Amy has soon Isari motivati ti wabek wabek tu ek no ke kismen wam sikmen kung nervi tu en mara year sara ke tu segna seker ti ek that you ti one time sek tu na como pushor tu lek tu taben ek no fam pum ne pu sor di ka tu ta tek ne nu poema sor tek jor ti ad nu tek kam nu fu amet sanani fu you wabuti in ketin mati in japan en heri cha cha ta zremo mama I kuakare mamaru branke kedet into excellenti to media you cannot have lemberang you I meet one pen but mara maintained up never open head or to set it up to me how many canoe and has you know can you mean yet that petty and such as many will come on hotel never that or shops of them soil more make a mama you know no choice to operate a permit mutek messen to never make a kinty man no resect never at the and the train to eat up at him she's enough truck I make a two piece eject times to it the man never do weki also of him hold up the separately multat them potimas you top you no matter the chance to mudek neutron num nu kuna per no mura bonu no shamini bukura munetari one amasamrami boy my light in Capernaum ten mortotri otaps at Capernaum opatam and Michel unami no akamusakusha more hadek zoi particle peter show per camera curtain deck so exakatek no what emperor no to go up to rank or looked up in Q Kubisip was next toy become more true to all two napri also but no one pay my food and my sick per commensurate Paris legs that and subject him so I Capernaum Kupta Capro or Tarapsanaki Kuamaka and Capernaum message to do I put him head mood up and elbow the Hasudi Seneki all over neck said in a camo hoik netari TM second pendant from an hen so and nukes a cake is already in the semester I call my injury win at 3 1 we had to mess with Jeff to do picture I had to make never an issue I can show cookie at it is come on in his academy Devon Tavu to move from Ross on the throne, Nemarankan Corona, Pacific, name, and shake it up, and through Nebruce or a cake, Karaneb, Shipakadapam, correct Nemaricum to abuse, cortical typic now, shot up them, never win neck, and injury was it was, or the never wash up was, nice wash, I am some just left my hand, Peronas, and a second on, he said, could not settle not his son, but about Jash, up a sharing, he said, one am second, Capering, Capru, lemon cake, Cabrash, Caperan, Peramantrum, Bam, yes, warna, and Karatan Bansing Gabier to one of the Bengabalita, and it's a toy service so survey good be near to I do to Ranat, Sadabi, what tonight, and Abaek. Sebuah porsione koronari alternatif seruapa sebuah sekian pensuti sebukan yang memperlemah sekali ketika jaratu amu petemedoi imne terkertanati makaru amu representatum de karena berwasroi rusam su amu amenem sekali damerikana maru amu representatum serar sekana karu abe kuap sikmekan kerene wabagam netarus amu sekana kor perkara katu shri bagai kor sati kabir kemikana baikun orang baikin kabir tik Magnet Royal Striking which Betikity had an enemical someone whom she Shemati had substance gonna shamin to one and make you son and came in and loosen and because son and any separate Kedi and Akap Kuwata generation Uru Reko Barako and cat and pet and said no that's effective to making them go to your tapate and Shumna tuning and Piatani Napinu Wabane Panadon Rest and Saras Karapakan and two duty of Simuni for months kept the cinema passenger and drama to Scarafus stop of us Sarifas Caparuna, Yarin, Caparuas, and Swin Cabaya, Capam Hotep, Rapolution, Loot of Tooling at Piati, Nemna, Fratano, Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer the heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Kampa, Ziana Kampa. Newt, Newt. Kepra. Ra, tuma, tum, kansu, arsemitoki shabu banana shimtruina, hai, arsemitoki shabu banana shimtruina, hai, arsemitoki shabu banana shimtruina, hai, abra. feeling back in my ankles again. Pretty much where we go every day. There you are. It's okay, we're not going anywhere. It's got more blessings coming. But in English so you can understand them. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. I hope your day is going well. I hope it's kicking off in the right direction. And if it's not doing well, I hope that it gets better. I hope that you see some light in your day and have a good emotional being, a happy heart. I desire this for you, whoever you are, whatever comments or whatever energy is being sent my way, whether it be love or hate or anything. I I really hope that your heart is able to bring your body peace, which allows your mind to come to comfort so that you can be free from whatever's holding you back from reaching your dreams, your desires, your wants, or whatever it is, no matter how simple or big it is. And upon those lines, when I truly found peace, I found the Divine Mother. When I found the Divine Mother, it was on the Egyptian side of things. I had no clue of the Divine Mother. Divine Mother, the fuck are you talking? Divine Mother? Really? There's a Divine. Hold on a second. Let me look at the stories. Let me look at the old mythologies. Let me look at these stories. Let me evaluate for myself. Let me see what's going on. I haven't really looked into it. It's always different when you hear somebody telling you the story and then you get to live it a little bit, learn it yourself. At least for I've noticed that difference. So as I delved deeper and deeper, I found this particular invocation. I found it. I adjusted a couple of words. I used the name Kenemet Enquete, which directly translates into the water of life. But there's something I want to look at right quick, if you give me a moment. Oh, It actually it has a translation into the water of life and fertility. I always leave that fertility portion out of it. Whoops. Guess we laid an egg. Or a seed. I think of sea turtles. I like sea turtles. I like relating to sea turtles and spirituality. Sea turtles, the way they lay their eggs. You know, only one or two might make it to full adulthood. They're all going to get eaten up. Birds. I've watched some videos and literally the sea turtles laying the eggs. Literally laying the eggs, and there's a bunch of birds, seabirds, and they're literally eating the eggs as the turtles laying them. So sometimes they don't got much of a chance at all. And in a big way, that's how we are. That's how our souls are in this world in different bodies. That's why we see similarities because we got some family out there, and not everybody got to make it to full adulthood. Shoot, not even got even to be a teenager. Bad event kicks in life. Bad group of people comes in. Don't matter how pretty or good they looked. Those hearts are going in the wrong direction. And that's all that person's going to know. They ain't going to be able to get the learning they need to be who they are. I'm going to read this portion that I found to the Divine Mother, to Kinema Donket, here within the next 3 minutes. Oh, that'd be funny. People are like, you need to smoke a cigar, bro. I just invented it. Somebody need to make it. It's $1 billion idea. I swear to God. Go make a cigar. Looks like a fucking cigar. Looks like a fucking perfect cigar. Torpedo cigar. But it has a slot to put your vape inside of it. Boom. So you'd be like, that'd be cool. I made this a couple times. I read through it. I just like, I don't know. I want to party afterwards. I don't need to go like clubbing or nothing. I'll just club it right here with you guys and gals. It's kind of funny because like cigarettes and tobacco create phlegm in my fucking throat, so I wind up coughing up this like fucking gray mucus just until it's all done. And I don't cough too much. I'm not a big cougher. Not I don't cough much. I mean, but the vape shit, I don't get no phlegm. There's no phlegm coming up, but it does make me cough. I just want to get a hookah. I'll be honest with you, if I could afford it and have the setup and the rig and everything and the stuff to be able to clean it all the time, I'd have a hookah. Not necessarily smoke weed, although I would put some weed on it. But I like the flavored tobacco. I like the nice smooth. That man, that hookah is nice, and that's why I get the vape from time to time because I just want a hookah. It's the closest thing I can get to. Just me. I really like this one. If you really close your eyes and really follow with this one, the Divine Mother is quite powerful and she can literally bring peace to your life. I had one person, they came in And I read a different one in particular because her energy was way different. And but it was not good. It was her energy was, and correctly so. Um, and she goes, oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so livid. And I said, it's okay, actually, keep that energy. She said, what? I said, hold on to it, don't lose it, don't put it away, don't holster it, keep it with you. She said, okay. I said, look, I got it's the Sekhmet, maybe we'll read the Sekhmet next. And anyways, and I said, all you gotta do is just sit down and just close your eyes, and I'm gonna read these words. They are in English, you can understand. And she closed her eyes, and she connected with it, and literally, when I was done, she's like on cloud nine. She's literally this kind of sound in her voice. She steps up, she starts like walking out slowly, and we have incense and sage bundles, or we have sage bundles to the left right there, and incense. And she looks over to the left, and she looks at the sage, and she grabs a bundle, and she goes, I'm gonna get this sage here and go for a walk. Like all the negativity, all the strong ugliness was woof away. Because it's true. We do feed the divines with our emotions, with that energy in motion. And the energy we don't want, yo, when we know the type of energy to connect with, they suck it up and do what they need to benefit the world with it. Shit. It's like a vacuum cleaner, but for energy. And you feel all good and groovy. It's pretty cool stuff. Anyways, for myself, when I was going through my worst time of life, well, I can't say the worst, but it was definitely in the basket of worst. And uh, I found this. I found this connecting back to the Divine Mother. And there was a lady. I'm gonna give you the full story. I guess I'm gonna go a little bit longer than 3 minutes here. I'm gonna give you the story. And there was this lady, and I heard that she told me personally. I'm not gonna relate names, but I will relate the situation. Um, but she had related to me that she had a coven at one point in the past, and they had a plan to invoke, to bring to life the Divine Mother, her husband, and two others. And they did the first ceremony, and real shit fucking happened. She tripped the fuck out. The Divine Mother actually possessed her, came up to her, and everything. Everybody saw it. The whole coven, they disbanded the coven. And up to that point, from that moment all the way up to me talking with her, she had her books, she had her cards and all of her stuff in a drawer, but she didn't touch that stuff no more. She didn't look into it, she didn't meddle with it, but she did get what she asked for. She got exactly what she asked for. The positives, I'm not saying about it, I'm not saying there was negative. She told me this story, and I said, you've never done anything since? She said, no. Stopped. I got afraid, scared, whatever words she used. Maybe she used other words, whatever. But she of her own choosing, she said, "Oh no, I didn't know, and I ain't messed with it no more." Well, I was all alone at a particular juncture, all alone, and I told the Divine Mother before I even found this invocation. I said, "If you out there, I tell you what, I know for a fact, I don't even need to know much, but I know, I said in my heart to her, I said, I know that there comes a payment. And it's a deed for a deed, man. You could look at it as a payment or a favor for a favor, but balance has to happen. And she left off from whatever work was supposed to be done. I said, I'll step up. I ain't asking for a reward. This is she obviously I opened my heart up and she could see my situation and feel my energy, which was quite despondent, quite chaotic, quite bad. Not good. Bad emotions every day. Bad events every day. I was stuck. I couldn't get out, couldn't get free. Complete torment in my mind and my heart every moment. I mean, I woke up and I had to run from it practically. I had to do everything I could to put myself in some other mental place to not. I threw down everything I knew to throw down as far as meditation and mental blocks, which wasn't much. I hadn't learned in much at this point. Shit. I was a Jehovah's Witness. I experienced the world for a few years, and then I was with this particular individual. Not the one I shared the story about just now, but another one, another person. Anyways, sometime after I said that, I found this. And knowing that she's connected to the water of life, she's connected to water, I said, I'm going to read it in the shower. So I printed it out and took a shower and I read it. And when I got done reading, when I said the last word, I had peace. And I couldn't think of my problems that were happening to me. I couldn't think of the negative emotions. And I even tried it just once right away. I was like, I tried to think of my problems and I knew they were there, but I couldn't think of them specifically. And I said, well, I ain't gonna touch it. It's nice to know the shit's there if I wanted to really fucking pull it out, but you know what? It's separated from me right now. I like this. And I've followed love my entire life, so that which is connected to love, that which produces goodness, so I'm gonna follow that. Anyways, without further ado, we beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kinamet Donket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with a throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kinamet Donket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one, O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kinamet Donket, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty. Save us, thy Lady, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kinamet Donket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to say it, to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kinamet Donket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Kinamet Onket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, or ours. Kirimetonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikuptera upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High to thee, sweet rivers, welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Hear, Lady Kinemetonket, and receive our prayer. Thee we love most intensely, invoke and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our life. We are Kinemetonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. We are the wife and sister of the king Golsar. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Netaret of women. We are she who separated heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Alsara, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kinemetonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kinemetonket, who art all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Iset, 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 Olset, 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 Kinemetonket, 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 graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Umnawum, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death and unto the next life. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum. Kansu, kansu, kansu. Arsimito kishabo banana shim thruina. Hi, arsimito kishabo banana shim thruina. Hi, arsimito kishabo banana shim thruina. Hi, abra, 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 abra. Took me a while to be able to connect with all the aspects mentioned in there. That ineffable kiss. I find it interesting because I'll be talking about the spirit or something along the sorts with somebody, and we'll get the, you know, how we get the goosebumps or whatnot. We got a different words to say it. And I like to think that that's the ineffable kiss. That's the touch of spirit to flesh, the exciting of that magnetism that's that's something that's pretty big right there. And I've experienced different aspects of connecting with the Divine Mother. And I noticed that people I would try to help, I would really try to help. I would help, I'd do all that I could to help them find peace. I tried to help one person for 6 years straight. I went down to the bottom of everything I could take. And then I went further lower to the depths. My wife at that point had already left me. I was alone for years. She got remarried within 1 year. If it was at a year's mark or not, it was right there. She got remarried, kept the kiddos and all that. I mean, I didn't have a house. I didn't have anything stable or anything. I didn't have nothing in the world that would qualify me to win anything. Anything. There's nothing I was going to win in life. I already lost my best friend. Just went in the toilet. Just passed on. And I tried for I got past all that. I spent years by myself. I got past all that, and then I found my peace. I found my happiness again, and then I found somebody, and I pretty much, like, without a paper or anything, dedicated my life to them, and I spent every part of my life doing what I could so as to be able to help them find peace, help them not repeat problems or something, help them smooth things out, make their life better, so you're not upset so much. And after 6 years, they pretty much confirmed in my face they didn't want nothing from me. They didn't want to get better. They liked how they lived life. They liked having that style of unhappy results and a life of misery. And I'm like, man, I didn't know people actually, like, I didn't know people actually signed up for that life. I didn't know people actually, they chose that. They choose that. They want to live like that. I, before that, and I was in my mid 30, I was 30s, get in my 30s, mid 30s there, towards late 30s, when I come to this realization. I thought if people had a chance to get better, that they were going to get better. That's not the way it works. And that's when I realized that when somebody's behavior shows that they don't want to learn or they don't want to get better, then my time with them is pretty much done. That's it. It's over. Because all I'm ever going to do is grow in life. And that's one reality I had in my existence from long before. And this is why, like, I've had a handful, but they were long-term relationships, because I know whoever I get with, I'm gonna wind up changing. I'm gonna grow. I might not be into that thing anymore. I might not be into this thing. Oh. And if the other person isn't growing every day, then we're gonna meet when we found a good moment together, and then that's gonna get farther and farther and farther away from each other. So there's just no sense in that. Most people in life, they want to get to some, they want to grow to the point where they can do a job, get a title, be comfortable in life financially or something of that accord, and then smooth sailing. Just work for what needed and smooth sailing after that. And I want to keep moving forward. And I know a lot of people are going to not understand that. They won't even comprehend it. So I have to put that in my factor of life, what I choose to engage myself in. If they're not going to comprehend what I have to say, then why spend the time saying it, right? For me, that's a loss. That's a no go. And I know there's a lot of family we got out there, and people do hear these things. I got the next one. It's the second, and I want to read this one too. I feel like reading. It's the two different divine mothers, and then essentially the divine father and his son. And so it's kind of like the whole family there. Um, I don't know, in my head, I'm like, there's supposed to be a divine sister. If y'all had a son, don't y'all have, doesn't he have a sister or something? Or is that part of the story? Maybe I haven't read it yet, you know? It could be in an old story somewhere I haven't read. I'll have to look it up. Something I never kind of thought about, something I felt about. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Reket, Lady of Beket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasarik, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother and Horizon of Aru, in the catboat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art the overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra, deliver us from the abodes of fiends, O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethernumet that became your Shenju, Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Pico Patea Ra, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellions, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethanum Devkamil Shenyu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezar greater than Niser, Zephypurim Hasru Hapuk Tishtiv, greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa greater than Bast, Parahakaparu greater than Mahat, Sekhmet mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amt of Aminta, Lady of Marnu, Lady of Sa of Rastol, Lady of Tepnep of Arkut, Lady of Aru of Yavin. Thou art the Neteret, Damiseshet, destroyer of horror, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble, thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one, Tekare Sapusarem Kakara Met Sepipadim Hestro Shtef, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, Sepipadim Hasro Teshtef, forbidden is thy name, Sepipadim Hashar Hapu Teshtef. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahak Keparu, mightier than the Nethanum of Kamiel Shinyu. From the Adnad of Kamanu, adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethanum of Kamiel Shinyu, preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Mut Pasha Kasa, Mut Pasha Kasa, Mut Pasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken, then encircling one, we lose ourself in thee. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, kansu, kansu. Arsami toki shabu banana, shim toki na, arsami toki shabu banana, shim toki na, arsami toki shabu banana, shim toki na, abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. When I became aware that this other individual that I couldn't help anymore, I found in this blessing the words most beautiful: deliver us from the abodes of fiends, deliver us from the home of a fiend. If you've ever had interactions with a fiend, then you know that unless they have what they want, they're going to treat you like garbage. You're going to mean nothing. But if they have what they want, everything's good in the house, everything's okay. A fiend, oh, you never quite know which day is going to bite you, which day is going to bless you. I read this over and over, along with the other blessing. I read these every day, and I was delivered. I really was. I was going to walk off. I was going to be homeless. I was like, I don't care. I'm done. I'm not going to live in these conditions no more. I don't care. I don't care. You want to bring chaos to me? I'd rather be homeless. I'd rather wander the streets. I'd rather face my fate and wherever it's going to go. But I ain't gonna exist around chaos. That's not what I signed up for in life. Ever. Ever. Not anymore. Done with it. I turn my back on it. I don't fight with it. It's that simple. And out of nowhere, somebody sends me a message online. Out of seeming nowhere, this one guy says, I need help with the roof. You know how to do roofs, don't you? I said, heck yeah, I do. I said, I need to get clear across the country. He said, I'll drive you if you replace my roof. I said, you got a deal, bud. Let's go. When you want to start? Oh, I got to order materials. All right, let's do it. Order them up. Let me know when. Put that roof on. Pack my shit up. Left. I was going to leave with nothing. I was going to leave with a backpack of stuff. But from somebody who I met one time, and he contacts me 2 years out of the blue later, practically offering me a place to stay and land, work to do, and shit. Sounds like this is lining up with my life. Sounds like I was delivered. So I got a car ride. Somebody drove me. I didn't even have to drive. I didn't have a car to do it. I don't got all that to do it. I was literally delivered. The Divine Mother, she's that part in our hearts that we're missing. It's what we look for in everything. But when we find her, and that ingredient gets put in, Divine Mother and Divine Father, ooh, holy shit. What's my heart feeling? I didn't know that was possible. I thought that was only a human thing, as in heaven, also upon earth, as in earth, also in heaven. I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to go with all that. But if I go with that, then it takes a mom and a pa. Last time I checked, it takes two to tango. This next portion that I'm going to read to you is to the Divine Father. Most people pronounce his name as Ta. There's a P in there, like Bata. Some would rather that be silent. I've done some interesting looking into, and I use Hiko Pateara, and there's a lot there, but I see that as his actual name. That's what I've personally been led to each their own is what they would like to connect with. But another thing I'd like to bring out, I mentioned something in the readings and the blessings regularly, in that phrase of word, that word or that phrase is netar, netar numa devakamiyo shenyu, netar numa devakamiyo shenyu. Netar is Egyptian, Numen is Scandinavian, Norse, Dadba is Hindu, Indian, Karmi is Japanese, El is Christian, and Shin is Chinese, and U, the letter U at the end makes it plural across the board. Now, every single one of these words, Neter Numen Deva Kami El Shin, every single one of these words except El, but it describes the seraphim, which is the key combination of what you need to know your shit. So I go ahead and include them in there. But every other ancient word in there is literally describing nature. This is nature that has a cycle, and we notice that this cycle adjusts to its environment every single season. It makes a little adjustment, but it has a cycle. And if something has a cycle, if it has life and this state of hibernation and death, and somehow it comes back, it's a cycle. It's a cycle. It's got to have some type of consciousness. That's that's life. Whatever it is, that's life. And I'm going to pay attention to that cycle. I'm going to pay attention to that aspect of nature, because that which I see outside of me also is within me. The macro to the micro. If I can understand these cycles outside of me, then I can understand the cycles inside of me. And if I understand those two realms of existence, I can walk in my environment and I'll be okay. And so these particular words essentially pointing back to nature. And I'm going to go ahead and do this right now. And if you really would like share a comment or speak with me or something, my email's there, and you can send me an email. I am happy to entertain love, appreciation, goodness, proper inquiries. I am very apt to just immediately block all and everything from harm or malicious. I don't even look at it. It just is what it is. Now, one big thing that I appreciate about this is about what I'm going to read is that it taught me aspects about myself. I could see how there were aspects in which Ptah Hikupateara was able to create in his original form, and how he was able to communicate to other divine beings who were essentially his offspring. And it helps me relate of how I interact with the divine family. It helps me understand how truth exists beyond what people want to tell me. And it's so interesting, things I read and then they start coming out in science and they say, oh, we're actually discovering this. One of those things which I'll read and hear is that all thoughts originate with the heart. Your heart, your words, it's from your heart. It's not your brain, your heart. It's the vibration that your heart is receiving. That's what's going forward. The brain can change the words, but truly, thought originates in the heart. That is the major dynamic in the body where so much converges. And science is actually starting to realize this. I've read a couple of papers. I've read one paper on it 4 months ago. I want to say 6 months ago, at least 4, if not 6 months ago. It says, homage to you, Hiku Pateara, and hail to the Netanum Debakame Shin, you who came forth from thy members. O Hiku Pateara Sasatim, hearer of prayer, thou art the great I and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Netanum Debakame Shin, you Lord of the great throne, Hikupateara Sasatim, eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active, unknowable one who renews what already is, whose respect is great in the Anad. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one. O Taten and the Kav, all the living were created in the image of Hikupateara, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. Hiru was created from the thoughts of Hikupateara's heart, while Tehuti was formed by the words of Hikupateara's tongue. Hikupateara's heart guides the Anad, while Hikupateara's tongue directs humans. Atumra had to labor to create the Anad. Hikupateara had only to speak, and the Anad was created. Hikupateara called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. A Tumra thinks only the thoughts of Hikupateara, while the Anad speaks only the words of Hikupateara. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Taten, and thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikupateara is the creator of all crafts and trades. For Sefi Parim Hisrabu Tishrif, it is the great defender and beloved of Hikupateara. For Nefertum, protector of the two lands, and for all the Nethanum Depkameo Shelu of Memphis. O Ardenetranum Depkameo Shen of the primal mound. Hail unto thee, great art thou, revered art thou, who made heaven after the conception of Unalum's mind, who suspended heaven by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Hikupateara. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western heavens, like all the mysterious Nethernumadeb Kamiel Shenu of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine Anad in thy mysterious seat, like Artis, thy son, who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shera, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones in the hereafter duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine Anad. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Lord, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Tim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Tim, Tatinen of millions of names, hear our prayer and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikupateara in the Comanche, thee, Hikupateara Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is newt, our face is raw, our eyes are nubet, our ears are apawat, our nose is kentsheps, our lips are sebek, our teeth are karaba, our neck is keremet onket, the divine mother, our hands are keremin, the lord of Tartu, our forearms are Nath, the lady of Saris, our backbone is Sut, our privy member is Alsor, our reins are the Lord of Karaba, our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one, our belly and our backbone are Saket, our buttocks and are the eye of Heru, our hips and thighs are Nut, our tongue is Hikupateara, and our feet are Hikupateara, our fingers and leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of some Nethernumadep Kamiel Shen. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. Tahuti shieldeth our body altogether, and we are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men nor Nethernumadevkamiel shed, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those of olden times, nor any mortal, nor human being. We come forth in advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering. O Father, Mother, Hikupateara Tatinin, we give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our ka. We give you our names, and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine. O Father, Mother, Hikupateara Tatinin, we give you our sorrow, and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hikupateara Tatinen of light, may your light be our light. O Hikupateara of mercy, may your compassion liberate us. Giver of life to all of creation, such does the Ankh flow forth. We who came forth from your body, we are Hikupateara Tatinen. O Hikupateara of life, light, and mercy, hear our prayer. The upper part of thee is Aru, is heaven, and the lower part of thee is the Duat. The winds come forth from thy nostrils, the celestial waters from thy mouth, and the staff of life proceeds from thy back, thou making the earth to bring forth fruit. Through you we seek to create every aspect of our life. Hikupatearataten, great Urneternumet Camille Shed, who stretched out the heavens, the architect of all that is, the opener, the lord of stability, who maketh this disk of raw to revolve in the body of newt. Hikupateara sasatem, molder of the Neternumet of Camille Shed, you of men and of everything which is produced, maker of all lands and countries, and of the great green sea, and Unalum's name of Keparta, bringer of Harpi from his source. May your creative ambience flow through our spheres. Let thy presence be known in our minds and in our hearts. High Supreme of the multiverse, there is nothing that is developed without you, whose development is their development in the course of each day, proceeding from what the Father Mother has determined. By the Jed and Uncle we stand loyal and dedicated. Hail unto thee, Hikupteara Tartinin, higher than the Nomet of Kamiel Shern of Memphis, Master of Sakar, who concealeth his form. Thee we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Hikupteara Tartinin moves within the wrappings of the forms of creation, who traverseth the endless ages of eternity. Being born through repetition of thyself, thou drivest away the darkness by the beams of thine eyes. Thou ascendest into the zenith of heaven, and thou comest down even as thou hast risen. The roaring of thy voice is in the cloud. Thy breath is on the mountain tops, and the waters of the inundation cover the lofty trees of every region. When thine eyes shine forth, we are illuminated. The ancient one who has reached the limits of time, the immovable one who traverses every path. Praise giving to Hikopatearataten, Lord of Mahat, Solar Nethernaman David God, Soul or Nethernamadab Kamiel Shern among the Anad, whom created cities, shrines, sanctuaries, perpetual offerings. O Hikopatearataten, beloved as King of the two lands, that you may give life, prosperity, health, alertness, favor, and love. We will proclaim your power to those who do not know you and those who do, to the small and the great, as is done for a righteous man who set Amor in his heart. Kepra ra 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 tuma tuma tum kansu arsimito kishabu banana sham trubina hai arsimito kishabu banana sham trubina hai arsimito kishabu banana sham trubina hai abra. The next two would be more so to the son, to the child. Kepra, the reborn father. And I find that we each have the Divine Father and the Divine Mother within us. We are connected to that. We are created from both of them. We exist because of both of them. And these are two dynamic opposite forces, as much as fire and ice would meet, or fire and water, two extreme opposite things meeting. And yet some life was produced from them. And in that, in all these ancient stories and the methodologies, I come to connect with how the end of the story, it's not the end of the story. It's where we pick up the journey. All of those ancient stories were left for us to pick up where it left off. Because I'm like, well, these beings are eternal, right? They live like practically darn near forever, and if they die, they come back alive as somebody else. As the stories keep saying. So they gotta exist. I gotta be able to connect with their existence wherever they may be. which is why the stories usually end with a child who did not get to live out their life and have the choices that they wanted to because they were always restricted by some other force that stopped them from reaching maturity. And that other force stopped them from reaching maturity because that would end their reign. It would end their monopoly. But there's something interesting that's just bright as any moment in my life, and that's we're always developing, we're always growing, we're always becoming something new or something more. So no matter who hits the top or whatever, they're going to be phased out. Someone else is going to come along. A group will come along. Things will change. Things aren't going to stay the same. I don't expect that. I expect change. I expect growth. And with growth, that means things are phased out. And I've just learned to accept that. Like, I've expected being phased out plenty enough and being in the wrong areas. I phased myself out. Let me give it a moment before I read the next portion. There's something I really keep my eye on over here. And I'll go ahead and show you the animal. Can you see it? Yeah, you actually stare at it right there the whole time. That's what I'm staring at right there. That lady right there. Right there, that's what I'm staring at. This lady, she has all these ostrich feathers of truth. She's got two in her hair. She's got them in her hands. She's even got them hanging from her arms. She's got them all over her body. And then in the next frame, she don't have any in her hair, and there's none on her body. And Mahat is in the picture on the right hand side with her hands out to her, like saying, change your direction. We know you're truthful. We know you're pure. To get rid of all that extra junk. And then Heru takes her down to the Duat, has her heart weighed. Her heart's weighed. Obviously, it's pure, it's good. Tahuti records this happening, and then Mahat announces it to the Council of Life. There's a Council of Life. And we read in the Bible's accounting and other passages how certain people will be marked. They will be marked on their head or their hand for this or for that. There was the portion where the lambs, the firstborns were being slaughtered. They said, go kill your lamb. And why you had to kill the lamb if you just needed some blood? You could have pricked it and, got some blood. Yeah. Anyways, they said, put the blood on top of your door. And then the angel will pass right by. I'll identify you. And that Council of Life essentially puts a mark on you that allows you to be protected. Protected from the vile, from bad things. And as that happens, we're taught quite regularly how not to go touching that bad stuff. Because if we touch it and mess with it, then it gets all over us. And then, oh man, we got a whole bunch of other work to do. But hey, we already did the good thing, so it's not too hard to follow that path once I got on it. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, Hiru, the king, may rest upon thy throne as king of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahat, while the lands and the countries fall beneath his feet forever. Make Hikupatea Tenen's sword victorious. Let Umnalum be divine before thee, possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows. Lord of the double feather and shiny ornaments, brilliant, who makes the Nethernomad Debakami Shin alive, radiating, the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakarnetar, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped the earth, you assembled your own flesh, you counted your own members, you had no father who engendered you when you were born into existence, no mother who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing for Hikupatera Sasatem many hymns. Mother, no alum, whom created an ethnum de Ramiel Shernu, the men and all the animals, who created all the kingdoms, the riverbanks and the very green, singing on Umna Alum's behalf of creator of the kingdom, a gift to the living king, to Hikupatera Sasatem, south of his wall, Sakamet, defender and beloved of Hikupatera Sasatem, Hikupatera Sakar, lord of Shertiet and Al-Sal, Nebrastol. May you allow our Ka to come to you in the day to see the At and the Ra. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are thy whom we are they whom has been true to Hikopateara since first we were on Akar. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the bark of Alsar, celebrating in the district of Bakar, for the spirit of the hereditary prince, Sulfur, royal deputy for the two lanes, royal scribe, Horemheb the vindicated, Hikupatera Sasatim of emerald skin, a beautiful face with a Poshtish beard, wearing a skullcap crown. Thy form is hidden, though thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikupatea Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Of thy own free will, bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and night and into the unknown home. Hail to you, Kepra, even Kepra, who is the creator of the Nethernomid Shen. You rise and shine on the back of Muth, having appeared in the glory of the as the king of the Nethernomid Shen. Your mother Nut shall use her arms on your behalf in making greeting. May you give power and might and vindication in the coming forth of this living Ankh to the Ka of this child. The Oareus has opened unto thee. We see thy bark with Hiru at the helm and Tahuti and Mahat beside him. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Lord of circles, establisher of you, the city of the sun, the sender forth of light, whom governs his circles, the great Nethernomidabkameel Shem Ra. Hail to you, Lord of all. We have come to you, Sahu and pure. The eye of Hiru is upon us. Allow our Ab to correctly guide us in this destroying hour. Descend, appear as thou art, even as the falcon. We receive thee as thy celestial cow, who is thy sacred eye. We receive thee through our blood. We drink to thee in our breath. Come to us, we receive you. Repel the crocodile. Protect us, make way for us, safeguard us in truth. We do not fear. Encircle us, make goodly the paths for us in thy dignity and in thy power. Embrace us, for we adore thee. We work for thee. Our aspiration is to serve thee ever so correctly in thy holy work. Kindly we request thee to come to us in peace and love. O Ordinate Number Kami El Shin, who is the life force known as Ra. Kepra 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 da 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 tuma tuma tum katu katu kansu arsemitor shabu banana mashato na hai arsemitor shabu banana shmuto na hai arsemitor shabu banana shmuto na hai arsemitor shabu banana shmuto na hai abra da 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 bra. I really appreciate in that one portion a lot of things, but one in particular says that the Father's light shines in every eye. And that's a source of where I see that goodness that exists within everybody. And I've had people in my life that saw good in me when I didn't see it. And they did labor and they did work that I would learn. They could see that I was catching the lessons. They'd given up on other people because they knew they weren't going to change their ways. They didn't choose that life. You're a unique individual in this world because not everybody is like you. And that makes you unique, it makes you special, it makes you valuable. Because you can bring some real good creation, some good happiness into this world. When your heart is happy, when it's pure, everything in life is becoming beautiful. You get that Midas touch, everything's turning to gold, everything's beautiful. But when the heart is sour, mm, mm, sometimes it don't matter how good it is. Yeah, that's not what I wanted exactly. It's okay. It's damn good though. And I do see that family of creation where they come together, life after life, prayers from one life to another. How many people have ever told in a moment of being in love and goodness or whatever the case, all forever, forever, in every life, man. Forever's a long time. Keep bumping into each other. Keep bumping into that familiar person, but you don't know where you knew him from. Yeah. This is not where I got lost, but this is where I found my divine connection was on the Egyptian side. There's a lot of other faiths and ways and systems to learn from, but the Egyptian really opened my mind up. It really personalized it. In the Bible, all I ever, and a bunch of other books, all I read is like, oh, bad, rawr, jealous, rawr, do what I say, fear me, rawr. But when I read these old prayers and blessings, man, it's like, hearer of prayer, delightful one, they all tripping out because of them. Just these constructs that people have today. Ooh, it looks all different, it must be scary. It's not my God, so it must be an enemy. It's not my friend, so it must be a bad person. What? That doesn't make sense. It's because you don't know them yet, because you're not friends with them, you never met them, you're instantly enemies. You don't know anything about them, you didn't learn nothing about their history, you have no clue who they are. Well, that's going to close off the ability of what I would call options. Options. Having options in life is good. But it truly was the Divine Mother that I really connected with. It really set me free from a lot of this stuff. And I had prayed before, and I've had it prayers answered before. What lickety split in the moment, and something that can guide my emotions into a positive place. Literally shift them without me. Like, I read some words, I didn't think nothing. I didn't do no meditation trick. It's not easy to control emotions. It's really not a human trait to be able to fucking control your emotions, to be able to be like, I'll take that apart. Like, if your emotion was like, yeah, I don't like that emotion, that one just closes everything off. So, yeah, let's get rid of that emotion. I have it. I didn't throw it in the trash, but now I can access the energy at any moment. Hey, that's pretty nice. Cool. I like that. That stopper might need to come back. I'm pretty sure I won't trash it. I'm not going to forget about it forever, but gosh, that makes access a lot quicker and easier, right? It's pretty good coffee. It's a divine connection that allows you to be free from those constraints. It's a declaration to divine law, to divine will, to consciousness that is beyond even us. I don't usually realize everything I'm doing in the moment. I got my sights on something over there, and what I'm doing here, I got to do this because it's part of my journey to get over there. And what I've noticed in my life on the spiritual path, a lot of my dreams, and this will happen for you too. If you really wind up going on the path, if you really are following it, you could be on the path right now and following it, okay? You could be working a 9 to 5, but you've been following it because you've been seeing the signs, you've been working with it. It's a personal journey. But accepting that connection of just being able to remind yourself that you can detach from things. You do it when you're trying to think of something that you want to talk about. And you try to think about it. You try to remember it. You try to talk about what you're talking about before. You just can't remember it. You no connection. You chase it, it seems to get farther from you. You have that ability. You could do that with anything. But she really is the mother of magic. She really is the Divine Mother. She really is a connection. It will take your heart to places that you never knew you could go before. That's what I was getting at. Jump back in my head. So I'm doing this to get there. And a lot of times this will wind up happening for you too in your journey. is what you're working on and focused on, right? You wind up actually creating it in that moment. It was a moment that created it. It wasn't money or structure or this, or it was a living energy. And once that energy became born in the world, vroom, it changes and updates the entire world with that energy flow. It's now present. We brought it in. As a human, we can do this. We can receive new energies that have not been present on our world and allow them to be presently here. That changes dynamics of how the whole, you ever heard of the ecosystem? I don't know about you, but at least when I was in school, they were like, if you take this animal out the ecosystem, then that doesn't happen, and they overpopulate and wind up with these problems. So it's really good that the ecosystem and its diversity exists. Well, if we add in a bunch of different things and elements and energies and presence and awareness, then we literally change the atmosphere that we're living in. We change the world we're living in, as a renaissance would be, not with chaos, not with ugliness, but with the sharing, with the openness, with the reality of saying, you know what? I live in a world where we don't live with ugly people. Because when they're found out for keeping all their secrets and doing all that shit, something happens. The world speaks up. Somebody does something. That badness does not continue. So I can actually share with someone and not be afraid something bad's going to happen. That's a world we all create together. That's not a world that one thing says, this is how we're going to be. This is something that we all do. And we all do this by bringing these gifts, these energies into this world. People observe me, and beyond my awareness, I am quite positive. They get ideas, and they may do a thing or two different with their life. Proper inspiration. You can be that very inspiration. I can't be where you are. I don't live where you are. I'm not in that part of the world. I'm not in that state. I'm not in that country, whatever the case, but you are. And we carry this heart of love and goodness. And so we really do work together when we share those experiences. I know I channel. There are particular times when I'll channel particular divines at particular moments. But I know I'm always channeling people. I'm always picking up on their tunage. I'm seeing what's going on. Is there something I could do to help it? Do they want my help? No. They want my help, but they don't want to get better. Oh, shit. Well, that's conflicting, ain't it? I can't go forward with that one. I've had somebody literally come up to me and they told me point blank, they said, look, I'm a narcissist. I'm a not nice person. And I think you got something that can help me get over all that. I don't want to keep being like this. And I was like, huh, well, okay. And I only say okay because you were honest about who you were. If I would have found out the kind of style you are or whatever after the fact, I would end it and nip it in the butt right away. But because you were honest and you told me how you are naturally, hmm, I don't have to navigate an unknown territory. All right, well, if he survives along, like, look, he's gonna live. But spiritually keeps wanting to survive and keep going on. If he wants to keep going along on that regard, then who am I to say no? I can deal with that. I can deal with honesty. I can deal with the truth. It's the fact that some people, they really think that their truth is going to completely get them nixed out and have no opportunity at all. Well, guess what? Take the chance, roll the dice. That might be the situation. There's certain things I definitely signed up for in this lifetime, and I'm happy to do them. And there's other things I did not sign up for. Nope, I won't do them because I found on my spiritual journey that if there is compulsion to my action, then it null and voids it. There's no effect. It's completely 3D. It's only in this world. There's no karma. There's nothing. It's zilch. There's nothing there. There's no substance. If my behavior was forced to do something, then I didn't pray. I didn't resonate no good energy. That shit was dead in the water. I'm like, whoa, that's big. That's big. That's pretty big. Anything done under compulsion null and voids any good, anything on that level. You'll accomplish your 3D reward. You'll accomplish your work in whatever you need to. You'll accomplish your mundane, your physical goal, but that's it. That's as far as that's going. And I was taught to store my treasures up where no moth nor rust can consume. So that's not really where I'm banking my coins. That's for sure. What's my purpose in life? Individually in the world, we feel lost until we have a purpose, right? I felt lost and I didn't have a purpose. So I got kind of lost in some shamanic stories, and my heart started getting pulled certain ways. But I was pretty much just fumbling as a youngster from one good experience to another, just like everybody else. Just trying to enjoy our time in this place. But something along my journey, something along my path, and I've shared it a lot of times with many of you, the losses I've had and things I've went through. People would see me as a young person, but I'm in my 40s, so I've been around a little bit. But if I show up to anybody who's older than me, they usually call me young one or something. Oh, you're still young. I'll take it. Too much happens in life, and man, ooh, I got a story to share with you. So back in the day, we were Jehovah's Witnesses, me and my mom, and there's this one lady, and she was getting married, and she was young, and she had lost a bunch of weight, and it was while the meeting was going on, and my mom told me about this happening, and she related it a few times. Yeah, anyways, it stuck out in my memory, and all the sisters were there, and they're praising this young lady, and my mom was in her 50s. Shit, my mom was in her 50s, and she still had it. Like, I'm not saying I had anything like that for my mom, but if we just being honest and playing out, you'd be like jaw to the floor kind of thing. Anyways, uh, and they look over at my mom and they said, Rosemary, doesn't so and so look pretty? And for all the compliments. My mom, she does, and she should. She's young for her age. But the trick is keeping it after all them years, or something like that. And I thought that was funny, and that sticks in my head. It's easy to keep it while you're young in your youth, But can you keep it into your older, can you keep it into the years that are coming? Can you keep going? Can you keep up who you are? Are you playing a false game? Keep it fronts up. Are you really that? Am I really living it? That's for me. That's all for me. That's not a you thing. All those yous were directed. Those were me. That was all for me. um, and I keep that eyesight for my own life, to keep up with myself. And I may take times and breaks, and I'm going to chill out. I've been working, I've been walking, I've been whatever for way too long. So if I have a moment to rest, darn it, I'm going to take that whole moment, however long it is or whatnot. I'm going to rest up. And once I'm fully rested, I'll move into the next phase and start working out and doing my stuff and getting back to things and da 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 da. And I have cycles. I have cycles of my own being, and I recognize those cycles when I'm in them, and I respect them. And when one cycle's been around too long, hey man, your time is up. Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate you had everything to share, but I gotta move on with the next portion of my life. Other people in the world, they're not gonna know. They don't know those cycles. They're not familiar with those ups and curves. I was ups and no downs, just kind of curves and not no downs. Just it's a pretty good ride. But I found that I found that when I try to adjust what I'm doing to somebody else's thoughts or their improvisation or their whatever they want, that's when I mess up. That's when I make a mistake. I get running off of somebody else's thought. It wasn't even my thought, somebody else's thought. Hold on a second. Fwah! Let me put my mind back where I wanted it to be. I didn't want their thought in the first place. I didn't ask for it. If you want to sit down and talk with me and discuss and share those ideas, even give it to me in writing, I'm cool to go over it. But that's where I like building with somebody else because it's something cooperative. It's something that we're both doing together. It's not one person. You ever? I'll just share the personal experience. I've had people in my past, and they're like, "Hey, let's do something together," and I'm like, "Okay, sounds great." So we go to do something together, and then they controlling it the whole time, telling me what to do and where to go and how to do it and this and that. And I'm whoa, 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 whoa. I heard let's do something together. I did not hear you're going to be the boss telling me what to do the whole fucking time. Because if that's what I heard in the beginning, then I would have said no. And if that's what you're throwing on me now, I'll just wait right there by the car. I say no. I didn't sign up for that. I don't know where your head is or what you're trying to do. It'll be a lot. This part I won't tell you. It'll be the last time you ever have a chance to do that shit to me again. I'll be happy and cool all the way home. Hey, yeah, I'll stop and get us a pizza. Yeah. Oh, you want your own? I'll get you your own pizza. I'll get pizza. Yeah, we get our own pizzas. Ooh, ooh. Let's go home and have a jam. Have a great old night out. Play some video games. Watch a movie. That's it. Never the fuck again. Done. That motherfucker's playing me, and he tried to play me once. Fuck that shit. He, I don't give a fuck who. I've had spirits try to do that shit to me. I fucking dropped that shit right there on the dot. I'm done. I'm done. You lost in the dark now, motherfucker. People's true colors will always shine. Their heart will always force the truth out of their mouth, and they will spend so much time trying to convince you otherwise. Accept reality for what it is, and don't be deceived by people's distractions, their lies. I wasn't lying. Oh, you left that part of the truth out. Oh, yeah. That was a pretty significant part of the fucking story. With that little part, none of that other shit, none of the shit would have happened. It would have been just good stuff. Some people like to work on communication, some people appreciate that. Me and my mom, we learned together that 99.9% of our arguments happen because of a misunderstanding. So we learned how to communicate better. We learned how to communicate slower. We learned how to understand each other. And those arguments, they really stopped happening. The only time that would happen was when somebody outside of our home caused one of us chaos and we needed to blow steam off. And we know we were the safe bet. And we were already under the talking awareness of why and when that shit just happened. And it wasn't that we wanted to. It's not that we said ding ding ding, let's let it out. It just happened. Because we constantly try to be the nice person and we suck everything up. And that's only going to cause an eruption. I learned how to let a smooth flow of energy kind of continue, and I can blast out energy when I choose to. A lot of people, I'm aware that they wonder how I can emotionally detach on the regular from things. It's because I'm emotionally already exhausted, man. I know my limit. I know my limit, and I already ate my limit on life. And there's one person that I'm willing to do that again with, to give all that goodness with, but that's a tall bill to fit, and who knows who that person is? Who knows if they'll ever even be in this world? Who knows if anybody will actually even have that kind of self about themselves? I can't worry about that. I can't be distracted by that, but I can keep heading to where I'm heading towards and keep doing what I'm doing. That's what I can keep doing. I know that much. I got too much. There ain't nothing else to pile on. Why even care for it? It's like knowing your cup is full and you want more. Like, I'm pretty satisfied. Like, I don't want to empty that out. I like that. That was a good life. That was a good life. I choose it. The ups, downs, the positives, the negatives, the hard lessons, the good lessons, all of it. I'll take it. I took it. I signed up for it. I lived it. I accept it. But when everybody thought that they had some grip or control over me, that's when their true colors wind up coming out. That's when I see the truth. And that's why I push and I check and I poke and I prod at every space I got around me, metaphorically and sometimes physically. I like to touch things. I'm a textile person. Because the moment that I go too far, that person, their real self, their true love colors are going to come out. I didn't mean any bad by it. I was just checking. That's as far as I could go. Okay, I see you there. I see who you are. People try to hide from themselves without even consciously being aware of it. And if I want to find out the truth about somebody, there's a whole bunch of markers along the way because I was always trying to figure out. It was when I couldn't figure out. It's when I didn't know the environment around me. It's when I didn't know why the problems were happening. It's when the negative things would occur and I had no explanation for why it happened. That's when I would get frustrated. That's when I would feel lost. And all of those explanations existed within people who were lying, controlling, manipulating for a bad purpose. You know, you can grab a pen. I can grab a pen and manipulate the pen to write the letters of the words that I want to write. You know, so manipulate's not just the bad; it can be a good thing too. But when somebody does things on a bad side of things, they lie to you and they keep secrets and they don't tell you what they're up to in the beginning, and you just fucking do it. And well, well, I see how this is going. If communication is the basis of avoiding arguments, then somebody leaving out and neglecting, purposefully neglecting to communicate, means that they are perpetrating arguments. They are perpetrating, they are planning, and they are plotting, and they are acting on that plan in order to create a pure, genuine moment of horrible chaos. There's a lot of people, we talked about earlier, they will choose this life. They consciously choose this life. There's other people out there, they have no clue of what they're doing at all. They're just stuck in this loop from following the pattern of behavior that somebody else they saw got what they wanted, and they said, ooh, that's how I get what I want, so I just do that. So they don't know what they're doing, they're just copying what they see. That's why it's important to know about the thing you're copying, to get into it, to get into the minutia, to look up the stuff, to look up the background, the history of it, the old, what is the source of this material. Some people don't have a hunger to learn. They have a hunger to be entertained. My hunger is to learn. My hunger is to grow. My hunger is to develop, to make connections, and to see this world take a turn for the better than, like when I grew up, the world that was painted to me and what I was told we're supposed to do with this world, and then what I saw. I'm sure people done good. A lot of people have done good. But gosh darn it, don't I feel the responsibility to add some good to it? To put my own effort into it. After you learn so much about spiritual stuff, what you gonna do with all that knowledge? What you gonna do with all that ability? Why do you wanna read people's thoughts or send my thoughts into their heads? Why do you want to do that? Is it to connect with people or is it to use people? What you gonna do afterwards with all that? And so I was really glad when I read. I had already done it when I read it. I had already done it. And it said when you start your spiritual path, you work on your heart first. And I was like, nailed that one. Nailed that one. Because it's very true how the heart creates pretty much everything that we do, sets the intention. When they mention the seven deadly sins, they're talking about a vibration that doesn't actually produce life. There's vibrations in our world that make life more hospitable. Makes the environment better, makes everything better. There's other vibrations in our world that are completely destructive, harmonics and so forth and so on. If you've done any studying on that subject or seen some documentaries about hertz and what they used to use versus what they use now for the basis of music and all that, you're aware of these things. And those vibrations that come along with lying and secrets and those kind of scheming, those kind of selfish things, those types of connections to those behaviors, those real 7 behaviors, they bring an emotion and energy that doesn't allow you to manifest anything with your soul. Your soul doesn't have tunage to live on, to create anything on. So you set your heart on something, you do something that's conflicting, and in the process of spiritually trying to create what you want, your physical action creates a negative ripple in your energy that's a dead zone. It's like a bridge. It's like a river to cross, and there's no bridge. The body just sees the object. And they're just going to keep walking. They don't see the water. They don't see the bridge. They don't see the gap. They don't see nothing. We as a human, we see land on our, we see the street, the sidewalk. I can get there. I'm going to take my path. I'm going to get there. But on the soul side, on the spirit side, on the emotional side, on all of that, we don't realize that we're drowning, that we just walked off a cliff and we're drowning in a whole nother direction. And that was from a dead zone of energy, no energy, nothing that the soul could actually utilize. That's why a lot of bad things will wind up happening in life. And when I was able to identify this on a real level from being exposed to just, those kind of people, and then learning about it on a technical basis through tarot and specifically oracle systems. The oracle systems really brought my mind open. The tarot really gets you familiar with particular dynamics that are going to be in play, and then the oracle system really allows you to get into the minutiae stuff of what you're dealing with every single day. And that really helped me identify where people are stuck. And hey, I've been stuck and refused help myself, and all I had to do is reach out and take it. I've done that myself, so I'm aware of things. I'm aware of states of being, and recognizing when we cannot help somebody, when our advice isn't going to help them, when our action isn't going to do any good for them. I say this over and over and over again, man, but getting out the way is so damn hard sometimes. Some people, that's all they ever do. They're just always out the way. And other people, well, they just don't know when to get into the way. Get out the way. Anyways, whichever way you decide to go in life, well, that's yours, and that's where you get to head towards. And hopefully it's somewhere better than today. May every single day be a better day than it was before. And came with living my life. I picked it up somewhere to improve my environment a little bit each day, in some way and somehow, whatever it may be. Sometimes that's in making something. Sometimes that's in physically cleaning. Sometimes that's ceremonial cleaning. Who knows how it may be? But a little bit each day, life's going to look good. Life's going to build to something. I'm going to have that attitude to do something. We have habits, and we're going to return to those habits. The only way to not return to a habit truly is to replace it with a new habit. Every time I wanted to do that, I'm going to do this instead. Write a note, put it in my pocket, put it on the window, whatever I got to do, tattoo it on my forehead. I'm going to remember, I'm going to do that. I'm going to replace that with that every single time. Even if I was in the process of doing that, I'll stop it even midway and just do that instead right away. Because I'm going to replace it. I'm going to choose to do something different. I'm not saying this is how everybody's body works, but this is how my body worked. When I was a young kid, number one, I love raisins. Look, I can make my own raisins with my altar. See? Still on the vine and everything. The raisins. They're not moldy. The raisins. They're grapes that turned into raisins. That's what good energy will get you. Hot, cold, I don't care. Good energy will get you life. Oh, that's where I was going. I love raisins. And so as a little kid, when I first ate raisins, I threw up afterwards. And then I won't say the word again. It gets to some people. I say it, you know. And so like I wait a year, 6 months or something. I try to eat raisins again. Boom, no go. And then I tried again, no go. And then there was just one time, I forget how old I was, maybe 11, 12, I don't know, maybe younger, maybe 9, whatever. And I ate raisins, and no upset tummy, no nothing. I kept it down. And I was like, yes! Shit. If I like something or don't like something, this body, it better get used to it. Because I'm changing. I get my body used to something if that's what I want, whatever the case. Adaptability is powerful. Just my own story. Hmm. Metaphysical shops. When I worked at the metaphysical shop, I kept it open. I could run it at my own free will. Um, and I left it. I was open. I ran it, and I was the one there, not hiring other people to be there. I was the one there, and practically, literally, day back to back to back. It'd be from I think it was 9 or 10 a.m. till between midnight and 2 a.m. I stay open the whole time, and sometimes people will come in around midnight or something. We'd be hanging out doing what we're doing and doing all the good shamanic stuff, jams, the sound bowls, the stones, the talking like we're talking here. And sometimes I stay open all night long. But I felt like being at a metaphysical store was like being able to have a holy place. And when I grew up, I remember, I mean, like I didn't go to church as a kid. I went to, we called it the Kingdom Hall. But I remember churches, they were supposed to be open like 24 hours a day. I mean, that's at least how the movies depict it. You know, a person be all not doing good or something and be in the middle of the night and they go to the church and talk to the priest. And I was like, ain't that supposed to be the way it's supposed to be? And so people come in and people I connect with, we chat and build them up, share the good energy, the good vibes and all that, and let them be on their way. No charge, no fee, no nothing. If they wanted to get something cool, I didn't charge for my time like that. Just a friend meeting another friend on the journey. And that camaraderie is everything. It'd be amazing because I've had this experience many times. I say many times, it's a good number of times. And people, they bring me food or something. They knew I didn't have anything to eat or couldn't get away or whatever. They bring me a sandwich, whatever the case. And I'd leave it there, and we'd be talking the whole time. And sometimes they'd stay for 2, 3, 4 hours, and they knew I was hungry. and I just wouldn't touch the food. But boy, I devoured after they left. Don't get me wrong. I scrunched it all up because I value that camaraderie. I value the time that we have together. I got my mouth busy with food, then I'm not talking or thinking or something. I got some personal interest going on, and that's distracting me. And when I'm distracted, then I'm not able to follow what you're saying or what I'm saying. Get distracted, get pulled off of that. There was a time, a good period of my time, and I still do it a bit today. Still into these days, but I like to consider it distractive learning. And you may do it yourself. You got a movie going on in the background or a song or something, and you're reading or you're writing or you're doing some other activity, and you've actually learned to use that background sound, noise, or sight as support upon your journey, as a bit of ability of a little go-go juice, if you will, to inspiration. And that's learning how to incorporate a regular distraction in your life to be able to continue something you're saying even though another conversation is going on. The ability for the mind to focus on things. Just because you may consider yourself to have a shorter memory span, I tell you that you can remember a whole lot. Your attention span can last for a very long time. Your body is adaptable. Your brain is adaptable. It can grow just like any other muscle. And that's what I learned in life. This is one of those really little hacks I learned in life. And I learned it through playing video games and a couple of other elements that were in my life. But it's the same action over and over and over and over and over and over that's going to literally create me to, oh, now that one's just easily running. I can do this one. It's just the same action over and over and over. And at the end of anything, it looks like a huge cathedral building was constructed. But if we went and looked at it day by day, piece by piece, brick by brick, then we would see that there was a lot of work and effort that went into it, but each piece was its own piece and was manageable for who was able to manage it. And that's regular effort. That's what regular effort will get you. You will have something tangible, even if it's not material tangible. You would have used it in life in one form or another, in one place or another, in one situation or another, and you would have got repeated successful results. And like, boom, I got something. I got an advantage in life. When you feel like you got some type of advantage in life, boom, you could take some steps you never took before. Because before, if you walked off in that direction, you're going to fall off. But there's some steps along that path now, so we got to keep our balance. We could choose a different option now. We could check something different out. In some groups, with some individuals, there's a belief that Loki is Odin himself. In everything I've been taught, I've learned that we are in a generation of tricksters. But I don't just mean a trickster in a bad term. Have you ever read the definition of positive? You can do a trick for a good thing, for a positive thing. I'll look up the definition if you'd like to. You can. It's there. And we learn about the divine family because each and every single one of them is who we are. It is who we have been. And we live in a world where there are many dynamics at play. It's not very linear anymore. There's so many different routes and areas. There's so many different things coming that most of the time the person present is the one to deal with it, handle it, take care of it. A lot of times people want to go, oh, hey, I could call somebody else and they're going to come take care of it. Nope, don't work like that. Not on the spirit side. We're here, we're there, we can do it. Let's get it done. And Loki, he could shapeshift. One thing I've learned to do is not just shapeshift, but actually become something different. You could copy a shape, but it don't mean you have all the abilities that that particular life has. That's the difference. If you can actually embody it, if you can actually become, now you can actually be a master with those abilities when you don them because you've worked them, you've done them, you've learned them. I had armor, I had visible armor. If you look back at my videos way, way, way long ago, I'm showing sword work and got armor, 14th, 15th century, 1400s armor, all that kind of stuff. I don't have those things anymore. But I had to learn a bit about history. I had to learn about the relevant history. One of my classes in grade school helped me appreciate. I believe his name was Mr. Peters. It might have been another one. Might have been a teacher on another grade. But I remember learning about culture. He asked everybody what culture was, and everybody gave their opinions. And then he went on to speak for a lengthy amount of time into the depth of culture and how much goes into culture. And it created some type of new passion in me. I didn't even really maybe know about it, but the way he explained it, the way he brought it out, it changed the dynamics of just knowing the history about a place. Oftentimes we can read stories about people in other places, in other parts of the world, but without truly knowing the culture, there's a lot that actually gets lost in that story. Because you don't know the inside jokes, you don't know the personal things, those little things that you would naturally know. That of the things you do watch or you are open to, you connect with those. Oh, haha, you get it. It says something on the slide, but that'd be smart to catch that one. And so in the same way, those kind of things happen. So whenever I want to get into doing some history, I really get deep into learning about things as much as I can, as much as I can find authentic source material and not just some put together overview. That's why for me research is important. Looking into things is important because then you can know what you're actually getting involved with what you're actually commenting on, and actually working with. Uh, it's really about encouragement. You know your path, and you know what you want to do with your life, and for me, how was I encouraged on my life? I paid attention to everything in my environment. I'm familiar with bad. I know people are going to churn that out. I know that's part of life. I know that's an option at the buffet table of thoughts. Well, I choose not to entertain those thoughts. I choose to entertain love and goodness and camaraderie. And if I can't find it with anybody else, then I'm going to maintain that and keep that going myself. And the words of power, the mantra is really looking up that information and getting into it, speaking the ancient languages. It really does assist me in being able to detach from one flow of thought to another one. I'm reading one language and all of a sudden reading the other opposite side of the world, reading that language. I'm switching languages, complete structures. So those are connections in my brain. Those are pathways. Those are options that I have in my brain. Literal nerve endings open up. Somebody that doesn't have ideas, somebody that hasn't been able to get those kind of options, so forth and so on, they just haven't opened up those pathways yet. There's many substances in this world that are going to close those pathways. They are going to close the mind off from learning, and it's just going to put it into accepting. Accepting's a good thing if you know what you're around. But if you don't know fully what you're around through and through, whew, you could be in a state of accepting and get something you really don't want. And that's how I was really able to find peace, was recognizing everything I don't want in life. It looked like what I wanted, it sounded like what I wanted, it walked like what I wanted. You know what? I don't care for that much anymore. Looks, you could be as pretty as you are, but does your heart shine as brightly as your looks, as your state of being? I'm looking for a heart. I'm looking for a heart, compatible hearts. And I find them out there. And our hearts are just like an egg. That egg of life, that cosmic egg, maturing our soul. Our soul comes within the egg. And every night it hatches into something new. If that's what you want to do. Some don't grow. Some eggs don't hatch. Some don't become anything. Some are restricted. Some have additional pressure on them from the outside that's keeping them from being able to get out. And that's why determination is everything. Your effort, your determination, your persistence. Oh, there's this one sign. It was a plaque. I'm not going to say it correct, man. I'm not going to, but it was this plaque in this one place. I go pick up materials on a regular when I work for that roofing company. And it said something along the lines of like strength, this, you could do a bunch of stuff in life, but the one thing that's going to fucking win the day is persistence. Persistence. Everything else is going to give up. Everything else is going to give out. But persistence, that's going to win it. Because everybody else is going to say, oh, my time's up, I'm done. Oh, I got what I wanted, I'm done. Oh, I couldn't get there yet, I'm done. Persistence is going to put you there in the spot, in the place, with the effort, with the ability and the circumstances to make it work and make it happen. Persistence is going to win that out for you. That's what I took that to the bank. And that's dang true in a lot of situations. And I found that I may not be the strongest person. I may not be the fastest person. I may not be the smartest person. But I tell you what, I'll endure everything much longer. I'll persist. I'll go on. I'll continue when everyone quits. And that's when I win. Everybody else was just looking at something down here surface level. I'm looking at the heavens the whole time. We had two different goals. We had two different drives. We had two different connections of life. One was self serving, and the other one was serving many. Because when I get up here, that's when I can really take from the top, come down to the bottom, and be like, boom, boom, boom. We could fix the bottom now. Shit. I'm just gonna funnel it right back down. Boom, we're just gonna have a smooth flow. That's one thing I would love that my heart does yearn out to. And when I learned that a real temple, any real temple feeds people, make sure that that physical hunger's gone. They always got food. And I think that'd be an awesome place. I'd like to have a place of this sort, a metaphysical shop, even to do the thing I do best for people to come visit or whatever the case. I had this idea. This is what I had this idea. So start out with a metaphysical shop, all right? All right. Just need an investor. I'll fucking live at the place. I swear. Just give me a room in the back. Anyways, so we got a metaphysical shop. It's got all the stuff you can sell on the outside. You know, the incense, the jewelry, the rocks, the stones, all that stuff. And then but on the door says that when you enter, you're like on live camera, and so it has like YouTube streaming or whatever, and so like the things like live, so like y'all get to see life, like 24/7, and then like for the jams and ceremonies and stuff, like they're public blessings across the board. And so, like, a lot of the way I've seen it, the way I've worked with it is if one person is in the need, if one person comes to the shop and they need this blessing, I'm very aware this is not just a blessing for one person. This blessing is going to go out to everybody going through this problem right now. That's the importance of it. And so, um, it be turned into like a live show slash shop and anyways, but those were some fun days indeed. But it would be I always had coffee available. I always had coffee. But to be able to feed people, the body, the mind, the soul, mm, got a whole menu there. And it's amazing because in the past, I'd have people, they'd come in, we'd hang out for like 2 to 4 hours, jam, tarot, oracle, all of it, throw it all down. And they were like, dude, you're open every day? And I'm like, yep. They're like, boo, I'm going to be back tomorrow. This is my new place to hang out. But they wouldn't come back for 2 to 3 months. And I remember the first wave of it happening. And I say wave because I did like a whole bunch of those readings and jams for people. And then it was about 2 to 3 months later, and every single person, just about, they were like, yo, I'm coming back. I'll be here every day. This is a cool place to hang out. You know, we had fucking chairs, comfy chairs, and all the good stuff and whatnot. Could chill out and everything. And it had like a little, I don't want to call it a lounge, but it was more like a study lounge. There was also the inner sanctuary, so we could hang out in that spot. It's real nice, real awesome energy. And but when they started coming back 2 to 3 months after that first set, it was people told me over and over. I said, man, I wanted to come back sooner. I want to come back sooner. And they say I've been busy. I've been doing this. I've been able to do this, and like all these doors that were closed to them in life started popping open and with ease. And they were able to do things that they've been wanting to do, and it was like the ceremony just removed all the blockages. The hanging out just pulled off all the negative junk that was stuck to them. And now they're able to actually pursue their dreams without any obstacles. Without any obstacles in your way, you make a bunch of progress. But it's a bunch of all these little other things attached to us we don't even see or notice that really wind up impeding our journey in life, causing a lot of frustrations and irritations. And this happened person after person after person. Um, there was a couple of ladies who came back, and it's about the same time period. And at this point, they were kind of stumbling on some words, and I said, you had to verify that what y'all experienced here actually happened. And they both were like, yup, uh-huh, we had it. And before they could come back, they had to like, they talked and explained. It took them 2 3 months to be able to realize that what happened really can happen, and to be able to accept it. And once they were able to accept it, they were able to come back and chat. And it was almost like they, in the second coming together, it wasn't as extensive or long, but it was like just enough to where now they could set sail and they didn't ever need to come back after that. Like all good tidings, all good things, not weird non endings, but like people developing. And there's this one time, and I was sharing and helping, and person after person for about 2 weeks, I noticed I had 3 people within 2 days come in and tell me. So that was enough to get my attention. But it was a 2 week span. It seemed like, and every single person coming in, they were like, I just started putting my altar together. I'm going to start putting my altar together. And all these people started putting altars up. And I felt so like, wow, wow, that actually helped me realize that we as healers, we make connections with people, right? Our spirit continually goes out to them. We think about them. We send good energy to them. We feel their presence. We're connected with them. We never shut the door off, even though we haven't seen them in years or months or whatever the time span may be. And that's when I recognized that when one is doing a ceremony at their altar, everyone they've ever helped, their soul, their spirit, is going to be present to some degree or some regard to grab some blessings. Those blessings are going to be delivered in somehow, some regard. It's going to go out to every person that person's ever connected, that healer that they've ever helped, that they've ever connected. All those blessings are going to go out all across the board. And I saw more positivity and more goodness happening, and I was just like, man, this is pretty stellar. This is pretty awesome. I never saw that happen. I didn't try to do that. I didn't tell people, hey, go make an altar, go make an altar. I didn't. I was just waves of information, just sharing what's coming through, sharing what I do, people becoming familiar with it, seeing the intricate, understanding the minutiae of it, the intricacies, with those details. That's a weird one to bring up. Have you ever heard of a guilt offering? Probably in the Bible. Feel bad for doing something, so then you give a gift to make up for it. That's called a guilt offering. I noticed how people, they may not be in the correct heart space or mind space. They might not be in the correct environment overall, but they have this feeling in life. They carry it with them. It's not me or you or anybody in particular that caused this in the current or anything, but this is what people walk with. So they try to do good, and there's a lot of moments where people, they don't accept that good from them, and so really the bad comes out, and then they have another guilt added on to that. And this is why shadow work is important, because we can understand ourselves and those actions, but that's not really where I want to go with this. What I really want to bring out on that is that people, that guilt compounds and it compounds and it compounds to the point to where no explanation, no amount of actions, no reason can ever fix all of those different things that are existing within that person. And that's when I have the concept to start with a clean slate. That comes into changing how I'm doing things. That comes into a complete erasure of all that guilt. Let's start with a clean slate, shall we? Shall we just, let's change behavior. If that action brought in guilt, then we don't do that action anymore. Done with that one. I'm not saying this is for everybody across the board, but sometimes we get to a point where that slate does need to be wiped. Sometimes, a lot of times, that shadow work, like I mentioned, that's really where one needs to go first. But sometimes people have done that shadow work, and yet they still walk around with something lacking, feeling like they're messing up. I come to find, usually when I mess up in the human world, when I don't meet people's expectations, I happen to wind up meeting a angelic expectation. I wind up meeting Divine Father, Mother's expectation, because I was busy focusing on something else entirely. And so I'm going to miss the mark that man has set for me. I'm going to miss the goal that they wanted me to achieve, because I'm not living up to their standards of life. I have something higher to live up to. And that love is fiercely protected when it needs to be, and otherwise, and get to rest. A lot of times we exhaust ourselves because we can't sleep. So we exhaust ourselves with a lot of activity to really shut ourselves down so that we can sleep. But a lot of that activity can come with a bunch of extra emotional, mental, or otherwise burdens that we really didn't want in the beginning. And I've noticed when I have the thought coming back to me, it's usually because I can't accept something, or that I haven't accepted something, or how that something could be or exist in my life. Once I can understand it, once I give it enough thought, once I pay attention to it enough, then I can understand it. Once I understand it, we're working with it. Thanks, James. Appreciate that. A 131XX. Are you still here? Okay. I'm gonna make you a moderator. I'm doing this different with you than I have other people. When I bring somebody on as a moderator, I consider them fam. I just consider you fam, like just part of fam. But something a lot of people have not been able to learn is there's a very fine boundary on nixing people's comments. People need to be able to express themselves. People are going to say a bad comment towards me. That's fine. I'll accept it. I'll take it. Um, and so, what I'm getting at ultimately is that if I take you off from being a moderator at any point in the future, please don't be offended. Please don't take it on a personal level. It just means you've been blacking way, 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 way too much. Because I've made people moderators and then they block every single person's comment, and I'm just like, just, that's too much. That's way too much blockage. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this one a try with yourself. And so this is what I'm, a little information along with that is that don't give people warnings. Don't give them warnings. Look at their comments. They want to leave a nasty comment for me. That's fine. They want to go nasty, 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 nasty. Well then, hey, bro, that's a little too much right there. Just just forever fucking ban them. Just on the comment chat. Just they can never make a fucking comment again. Because if you do it one day, then they're going to come back another day, and I just timed you out for a little bit. Oh, I hope you learn your lesson. You try to tell them something, and then they fucking fight back with you. Blah 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 blah. Don't try to explain that. Just do. So it's a fine line that I'm asking for, that I'm looking for, and but if you want to, cool. If you don't want to, no worries. When you're here. And anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and hit that button. Super. Uh, yeah, definitely Kirby. Uh, I typically, I don't know. I'm not used to having help, and it's a walk. It's a journey to walk, and it's interesting space altogether. I'm not used to that kind of thing, and whatever. I'm used to being me, and sometimes it takes a while to walk a road to be able to verbally explain it. We all know how that one goes. You can be stuck in something for a good long time, and then all of a sudden, we're able to actually explain it. And that's just part of life. That's the journey that just continues on. And that's a big reason why I don't I don't hold grudges. I'm not looking back. I'm not, anything like that. Because we're all learning together. We're, we haven't worked all the kinks out. We didn't, got the whole new paradigm shift together of what it should be or whatever the case. And so it's foolish to expect something. I'm going to relate a car here, but it might be a bad analogy. But it's foolish to expect a car to turn on if you haven't exactly got all the pipes and hoses hooked up to the motor yet. If you ain't got everything properly hooked up, it's foolish to expect that thing to even turn on. And that's a reality that stays with me right there. Is I can see throughout my life at each moment how interactions with other people, in person, I'm not even talking about online here, in person, how people all of a sudden they get unhappy or they see something else, they get completely distracted by what's actually present and the good that I see actually in the long run. And I can't control that. I can't guide that in the moment because I know that emotion is present and that energy is going to play itself out to the end. And whether I'm present for that person or not, they're going to play out that energy. It's going to exist out. I've mentioned this one before. I've been in a room quite literally, and one dude comes up to me and he tried to engage me. And I could tell this dude was looking for a fight. And I just gave him compliments and was nice to him and whatever, just I was me, and I didn't give no emotion into it. Oh, that bothers you? Hope your day gets better, you know, whatever the case. And he literally walked across the room, started to talk to somebody within a group, and within 30 seconds to a minute, fight broke out. Hmm. The energy is going to play itself out. The emotion, some people can guide it, some people can transform it, other people, they don't know what to do with it, so it's just going to go willy wally wherever it can explode. And that's what I've learned how to avoid personally and from others. That's by paying attention to myself, by seeing those own cycles, by seeing those own reactions, by accepting what other people told me about my own behavior, which was valid. It was valid. What they said was real. I had to apply it. I had to look at myself in the mirror. And then I could really see, I could really understand how I got to that point of being. And then that's what allowed me to recognize that in others. It doesn't matter if they're 5 foot taller than me or smaller. It doesn't matter if they're bigger. It doesn't, nothing, none of it matters. Because we all carry these emotions. We all live with these emotions. And we're all in one form or another striving to not allow these emotions to control every whim of our life. And that is the ocean that we live in every day. We don't touch a physical substance that we feel in the air, but boy, that energy, that emotion, it rolls through. And we all catch that when we catch it. We can see it building. We know when we've been stuffing something down. So then start releasing the valve so it doesn't have to blow or explode. In that, you can avoid a negative moment that's going to really pull your life off course. And when I say pull your life off course, it's practically like taking your vessel, your ship, your what you can sail with your soul, and you're docking it to land. That's it. You're just stuck at the dock, Stuck right there. There's no more sailing the sea. There's no more seeing what else is in the world. You're stuck right there. You can't move anywhere. We had our ship so we could get to a different place and a different place. We don't want to be stuck nowhere. If we tied off, we're unloading, we're loading, and we're moving on. That's what we do. You can access a lot of the wisdom directly within yourself. You can use your own entertainment in life or what you desire to, what you like, to actually get original thoughts in your mind. I find it's interesting after reading after some philosophers in the past, I don't know, month or so. I did some reading of some different philosophers within the past month or so, and I had never read their work before, at least not that I could remember in the moment. And yet I wrote my own book before I looked into other people's stuff, before I got into all that. And it was interesting to come to the same realizations. And then I find it interesting how there's so many people in the world that are, they could quote these philosophers and say which the saying is from and which book and all that stuff. And yet they lack the lesson, they lack the ability to actually do or think, or as they know so well. They know the information, but they can't embody it. Experience changes how you see things. Experience will give you a very solid foundation for belief in something. But without experience and just a bunch of surface level learning, there's no foundation, there's no experience, there's nothing to really connect with. You're just reading something about somebody. It might as well be an alien. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? When your life is young, you gotta fill up with experiences. I say you don't have to do anything, but when you're young, you're filling up with experiences. More experience than wisdom, more knowledge than wisdom, information intake. So when we get a little bit older, we start evaluating that information before we decide to do something. Because we have the experience to look back on, we have the experience to really connect with, say, you know what, it matters what I do. It matters tomorrow. That person's going to treat me bad or nice, and it matters what I do today of how they're going to treat me tomorrow. It's just the way they are. If I'm mean, they're going to be mean to me. If I'm nice, they're going to be nice to me. Shoot, I think we learned the definition of nice. Oh, there's multiple definitions of nice. I'm going to be good to them today. I'm going to watch my own emotions. I'm going to watch my flare ups. Whatever the case one has to deal with. Because if I want something to exist in my future and I have it today, then I want to preserve it. I want to do what I can to make sure that it's clean, that it's taken care of, it's not going to break, whatever the case, so that I can have it for the next day. that which I don't care about, it's going to rot. It's not going to get any attention. It's just going to be ignored. And because of that, mildew is going to develop. Badness is going to be created, and it's not even worth cleaning anymore. It's time to toss that out to the garbage altogether. And that happens with our relationships. That happens with our family members. That happens in life when we take things for granted, or we just don't even care. We don't give it any love. No love, no life. Love. Love brings life. Love begets life. And that's why I choose my attention so carefully of where I put my energy. And so I thank you for being here each and every day. I thank you for joining me each and every day. I'm going to put my email in here again, just in case that you would like to reach out to me, in case I didn't see your comments or anything like that. And if you'd like to chat, there you go. There's my email. Feel free to send me an email. Let people observe your life, because ultimately that's all they can do. They'd like to be an active participant, but sadly, they just ain't living up to it. As a kid growing up, one of the worst things, and I got used to it over the years, was being left out. Knowing everybody else was going on the field trip, but I didn't get to go, or something of that sort. Being left out sucks. That's for sure. And so I've learned how to put my coins into people who are going to appreciate them the most. And everybody else, they're just going to observe and they're going to watch. And they can watch all they want. I'll push the record button. Enjoy the show. Because that's all they're going to do. This is what I said back in my early days when I was a child, when I saw this pattern in my life start. I said this to myself for years, 20 plus years, 30 years, 30 plus years. I've said this to myself. I don't want to go back. I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't care to justify anything. They're going to see me on their TV screen. That's where they're going to see me. Goodbye. You didn't want me then? You ain't going to get me now. I'm done. I'm gone. Bye. See ya. Deuces. To all the friends, to all the family, to all the relatives, to all that shit that was ever fucking close to me, and they proved that they were just using me and they really didn't love me. They told me to fuck off. So guess what? I'm gonna go fuck off. And you can watch me on a damn TV screen. I ain't really thought about that thought in a real long time. But I had that set in my heart a long time ago. Because I saw that they chose to stay in something older rather than move forward. I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was bringing to the table was better than what they had. They rejected it. Alright. No reason for me to be upset about being rejected. That's just going to help me be able to find who I'm actually looking for. You can do amazing things with your life. Don't be pinned down by anybody. Encourage everybody you can. And it doesn't have to be through verbal words. It's just your presence. It's who you are. It's how you stand. Um, Slopped over shoulders, man. No good. I know I kind of let my left shoulder hang sometimes, but I do my best to be aware of these things and adjust my posture. I've met people, they thought I was military or something. I'm like, nope. They're like, who's your dad? I'm like, nope. Who's your mom? Nope. Hmm. I learned good posture is important. Shit, my mom, she taught that one into me enough. She just, she got tired as hoots seeing me slop over and bend over. Just like that all the time. You kidding me? I met this one person and their head was like this. And their shoulders came down like they had a significant hunch. And one day I was like I'm just curious. I don't mean anything bad by it. Would you stand up as straight as you can with your head and everything? And he did, and he was still hunched over. And I was just like, damn. It's like, mom, shit. Mom be telling me to sit up straight all my life. So I think I'm gonna start sitting up straight. Shoulder problems, back problems, neck problems. Start learning about the anatomy of the body of some sort. You start learning those little squishy things in your spinal column and those little discs and everything, and they're constantly in one direction. That's not good. It needs some balance there. Balance for me brings in variety. Variety allows options. Options, well, shit, we could do anything we want, right? You could embody anything you want. You can enjoy anything you want. Your heart can be at peace with nothing. Ah. Some people experience so much chaos in their life, all they want is peace. Sometimes you gotta run towards that, and it's, at first at least, it's rather lonely. But that loneliness, finding peacefulness, mm, that's where I become content. That's where I become content. Whether I have much, whether I have little, or however that goes. Life will serve that which I put out. And if I didn't put enough good out, that's why nothing good came back. And that's why the effort always continues, because life for humanity never slows down. If anything, it seems to speed up. So I learned how to move faster. I learned how to take the cues from my soul a little bit faster. I learned how to trust myself a little bit more confidently, not foolishly, but in what I know how to do, and what I know what my heart is guiding me to, and what I know what somebody else is working, because I've seen the results already. Anyways, thanks for hanging out today. Thanks for being a part. Um, got a few minutes left here. Your happiness, man. Sis, your happiness is everything. Nobody can give it to you. But people, they will do everything they can to take it. And when they can't take your own happiness, who cares what they think or feel? I don't know, and I don't care to even think about it. That's on them. I know what I had to do to work for my happiness. I know what I had to do to work for my peace, to maintain that peace. I've been able to bring that peace into people's lives, and it was able to stay around for some of them for 7 days straight. No maintenance, no help, and then it goes away. But if they would have prayed, if they would have done something, if they would have actually continued in that direction, they could have maintained that peace for the rest of their life. They could have maintained that state of being for the rest of their entire being. It's all about our chakras becoming active. These points inside of our body getting enough energy and coming to the center. And that happens through balance. Balance in life. And accepting that balance when it comes around. It's not always served the way we'd like it to be served. But I found with persistent effort, you're going to grab a hold of your dreams in one form or another. And when you do, when you taste your dreams being achieved in this world, you're going to realize you could do anything. You're going to realize, oh my goodness, what do I want to do next? I was able to do that. What can I do next? You do that, what can I do after that? If you get stuck at one place, at one thing, you might be the best at that, but that's all you're ever going to know. That's pretty much it right there. Keeping your ability to triangulate. I like thinking of my third eye as a triangulation device. I can triangulate where I'm going to go. I can see three angles. People say there's always two sides to the story. Yeah, there's two sides to a story, and then there's the actual event. There's where everything coalesces into a singularity as well. So there's really three actual points to see what we're looking at. And when I can wrap my head around that third where the two opposites come together, that's what gives me a fundamental ability to transform my emotions, my situation, my information, or whatever else it is to be able to make a decision to move forward. So thanks for being with us today. I appreciate it very much. Much love, many blessings. We'll be here live tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I put my email in there a couple of times, cetra@yahoo.com if you want to send me an email. Otherwise, Donna De Guay, much love and many blessings. Till we see you next time.